Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day. And yeah, after a long, what can I say, excursion into the TV show, we're back to normal book lore content, I would say. And we just start with the classic format here. The book lore format, as I would call it. I hope you also had a fantastic day to this point. And that's pretty nice, I think, for a lot of people who are kind of sick of hearing about this Amazon show. But yeah, I think it will be nice to coming back to the books again a bit. And until, I don't know, new stuff comes out. Like, for example, the War of the Rohirrim. There might also be a topic here. Welcome, Tar, Elenion Maranwe. Mark is also here. Windenast is here. Jonas, viele Grüße aus Tschechien. Greetings oder Grüße nach Tschechien zurück. Welcome, nice to see you. And Rosemary also here. Potentially more people are showing up. I'm a bit worried that YouTube notified nobody, even though I made a community post and I scheduled it, I don't know, 2 days or a day in advance. And I posted on Twitter and on Discord and stuff. So I hope somehow this is not a surprise that the stream is up to you people. But it is definitely possible that it is a surprise. Kind of funny how many people here speak German. Good evening, also back to Poland. It popped up 1 minute ago on my phone. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. I thought, okay, I thought about streaming on Friday, but I decided against it, and then I think I scheduled it Friday for today. I am surprised. Well, that's always unfortunate, because I don't know what it is with YouTube and my channel, but every time I do something, nobody is notified, and that, as you can imagine, annoys me greatly. Because, yeah, I would like, if I at least, study welcome as well. And I would prefer if I don't know, have followers and I do something on my channel that people are informed that something is coming up. So, I don't know, chat, what it always is with YouTube. I just learned about this on Discord, not YouTube. Yeah, maybe I need to contact YouTube at some point, because this is kind of strange. Like, you people watch my stuff every week, or watch my past streams every week, and want to watch my streams, and you never get notified. It is definitely strange. What Tolkien story would you like to see adapted in which form? Witch King is also here, welcome. Alexi is also here, welcome. That's a good question. I think one of my favorite stories, outside of Lord of the Rings stuff, of course, would be definitely Beren and Luthien. I'm not sure, though, if that is good for an adaptation. Maybe it is. Maybe not. Really hard to tell. But that could be interesting. The Fall of Gondolin would be interesting. I think. Also, what I would like to see is definitely the whole story of Angmar and the War of Angmar and so on. That might be a very interesting one. Stuff like that. Imagine a little cartoon series based on the letters from Father Christmas. Yeah, that would also be kind of cute, I guess. That's also a good idea. How do people now feel after the show ended? Did you miss, do you miss the streams? I mean, I have basically, well, when did the show end? And when did we have a stream? We had a stream last week as well, where we had the final conclusion stream, right? Yeah. I feel relieved, I can imagine. And now we are back to normal book lore streams. I can't tell you how frequent I will do these streams. I try to up the frequency though, because it's kind of fun and it seems like people like the streams, at least when they can participate here live. So that's great and stuff. I also hope the voice and so on is okay. Yeah, sounds like it. Also streaming currently on Twitch, in case you prefer that to watch stuff here. But yeah. I do miss something from the show. Kirdan's beard, making this bad joke to be exact. Okay. Don't worry, I'm also known for bad jokes. Sometimes I see something from you. It's nice that you people know each other from the comment section. The show was a bit rushed, as if they were at least not considering the possibility of it not continue. Yeah, I don't know what the status there might be or not. It's definitely a strange one, I can say. I definitely miss the discussions of the show on here, as well as the German Tolkien Society streams. But we will be good also to get back to more traditional content. Yeah, I think Otromex also welcome to you. Hello to you. Ah, interesting. I miss them too. Well, we can now have normal streams again. We can also talk about topics from the show, whatever. I don't mind that too much, though. I know that a lot of people just hate the show with a passion, and I can kind of sometimes understand why. Especially if you're deep into the Tolkien stuff. And as a result, I know that some people feel like, okay, for this time I can't watch the channel and so on, because I just don't want to hear anything about it. I miss him too, but yeah, that's good too. Yeah, I think so as well. Like, Tolkien stuff is there. We will also have a stream after we have watched the War of the Rohirrim. I guess because I'm a YouTube person, I need to cover it close to release. So I won't have like a special press screening or anything. I will just go to cinema and watch it. And let me just check something. Yeah, that should be better. Maybe. Okay. I think my left channel was louder than the right one. Whatever. That does not matter for you people. Normal off streams, yeah, I thought so. Watched the Fellowship on Friday, and I had thought shocking was Bilbo's wanderlust maybe in part due to the One Ring wanting to get back to his master. That's an interesting thought, I think. It would make kind of sense, to be honest. Yeah, I think there are multiple factors coming to this, but you might be right that this is actually a potential reason for that. Let me just check something here on the Twitch thing. Not that it's that interesting that regard. Oh, the bot is working there. Nice. Just want to check something really quick. Kevin, nice to see you as well. Awesome, a live stream. Yeah, I just heard, like, in general, I heard that people did not get notified. I scheduled the stream last Friday, so 2 days ago or something, and I made a community post on the on my thing here as well that today is a stream. I posted on Twitter, on Discord, and still, at least when it comes to YouTube, people are not notified that the stream is scheduled. I don't know what to do there, chat. I feel like something is broken on my channel or something. That YouTube never thinks, hey, I don't notify people, but it's kind of interesting to always hear, well, I didn't get notified. I have no idea what. I was surprised that the stream here is on. That's kind of strange, I think. Just if somebody has the all notification bell option activated and I post something, and it would be great if people get notified, I think. Sorry, typos, don't worry. If I have to chat or so, I also consistently do typos. Okay, I know what I forgot. One moment, chat. I'm back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Just had to do something with the Wi-Fi. Yeah, too bad for the ring that Bilbo gave it up and went on without it. Yeah, that would be actually a cool idea, in my opinion, that it was in part the ring that kind of made Bilbo wanting to leave the Shire behind. And then, due to Gandalf's help, Bilbo just left the ring behind. And the ring thought, screw me. But that's an interesting thought, definitely. I've got a video on my YouTube start page, but I missed it. Was scheduled for Saturday first. Ah, okay. Yeah, don't worry. You are here, so it, I guess, kind of worked. Problem is always a bit with my channel that there are often times where I don't post that frequently. The plan is kind of that I have something here going on the channel every week. That would be great, I think, to kind of get it back into shape, if that makes sense. But can't, of course, you know how bad I'm with time. And sometimes stuff takes a bit of time as well to make. Oh, Sash, good, see. Nice, welcome. But yeah, if you have questions that we can discuss here. Oh, the amazing bad boy is also here. I think I have to say good morning. Due to the time zone stuff. But yeah, nice to see you. Nice that some people found their way here onto the stream. That I like. Perfect 7 a.m. That's absolutely insane that it's 7 a.m. for you. Like, I mean, yes, that's how the world works, but it's still fascinating. You know what I mean? For me, it's 8 a.m. almost. Do you think that the Watcher in the Water was eventually defeated, or does it went back under the mountain? That's a good question. Yeah, 8 p.m. That's what I wanted to say. 8. Did I say 7? I mean 8, yes. I'm better with numbers and time, you know. I can't even read the clock correctly, so it's a surprise that I'm even here, to be honest. But somewhat in time. I get up early, have to walk the dog. Nice. It's like religious obligation. Yeah, I can see this if you have a dog, that you would do this. I never show with my time difference. We come to the question in a moment. You said 8 a.m. Oh, p.m. Yeah. Okay. Now we have p.m. here. 20 o'clock. Do you want to do a map question? Sure. Why not? But let us discuss the question of Michael. The Watcher and the Water, was he defeated? First of all, I can maybe find a screenshot of the Watcher. That's maybe a smart. That would kind of... the scary Watcher in the water. Well, that's wrong. That's also wrong. Wait a moment, chat. Just have to find the screenshot. The Watcher. It looks kind of scary. Definitely was kind of an unusual thing. Like, I didn't know I remember seeing this in cinema and said, okay, what is this entity doing in the film all of a sudden? This was a very memorable theme for me, kind of. Because I was not expecting it. Because when I watched the Fellowship of the Ring the first time in cinema, I have not read the books yet. As a result, I was definitely into all of this. I said, okay, cool. There are some weird creatures in the world. And as often when it comes to weird creatures in the world, not much is written about them. So, unfortunately for your question, I don't have a really good answer, to be honest. I'm not sure if the Watcher in the Water is ever mentioned again in some context. We know there is the understanding, or not the understanding, but there is the expedition of Balin, but that was before Lord of the Rings, before the ring was destroyed. So what happened to this entity after it? Is it even kind of in contact with Sauron in some form, shape or form? And how would we defeat it? I mean, later than in this age, I think the dwarves at some point after the Balrog was defeated returned to Moria, if I remember correctly. I have to admit that often I look into the lore, so in the past, and the what happens next stuff. I rarely read about that, interestingly. So from this perspective, if I remember that the stuff correctly, it definitely is that the dwarves come back to Moria later on in the Fourth Age and take it back. There's this expedition kind of, or the establishing of halls in the Glittering Caves from Gimli for some time. And then I think the dwarves later the information is given. There is some information about a guy called Durin the Seventh. The mention of Durin the Seventh was Appendix A. Interesting. So, in Lord of the Rings itself, just for context, where is my Lord of the Rings copy? There's Appendix A, I think. I think at the end of Appendix A, there is like a what do you call it, a family tree, and I think Durin the Seventh is in this tree now. Maybe it was after Appendix B. No, it's not. It's not Appendix C though. It's somewhere in the dwarf section. Then yeah, here it is. It's still part of the dwarf section. There is Durin the Seventh, and last there's Thorin the Third Stone Helm, which is the son of Durin the Second Iron Foot. And yeah, much later Durin the Seven appears. So it seems this guy retook Moria, and I think at this point they kind of have to deal with the Watcher in some shape or form. But since the evil is destroyed, I guess it would make little sense for the Watcher. Like, it's an interesting thing. Like, if Sauron is gone, would the Watcher in the water have any reason to basically still be in Moria and attack it and plague the dwarves, especially when a lot of dwarves come back there, that they would be able to kind of defend themselves, because it's not like picking apart just a few dwarves, but suddenly you have to deal with a lot of dwarves. Further, I guess the Watcher also got a bit injured after he kind of fought with the Fellowship already, and there were only 9. Okay, the source for this, I just looked it up, is, I mean, let me just see, it's Durin's Folk. There is so in Peoples of Middle-earth, there is like a section, I would assume it's there. There's a section that is basically a longer version of the of Appendix A and so on. I think it's in there. I would expect it's kind of the end of the section. Durin's Folk, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. Let's just skip right to the end of this section. Or is it in a note? Page 287. Always tough to find text. Maybe I should just search for the 7th. Huh. That's interesting. Is it in a note? Only just scanning through this chapter. I think I found it. And the line of Doin, Dain prospered, and the wealth and renown of the kingship was renewed, until there arose again for the last time an heir of that house that bore the name of Durin the Seventh, and he returned to Moria, and there was light again in deep places, and the ringing of hammers and the harpening of harps, until the world grew old and the dwarves failed, and the days of Durin's race were ended. As it was here that Durin the Last emerged, and it is said of him that he returned from Erebor to Moria and re-established it, as it is said in the accompanying genealogical table in Lord of the Rings. To this my father never referred again, as Robert Foster noted in the Complete Guide to Middle-earth. There is no mention of the recolonization of Khazad-dûm, the Fourth Age, despite the death of the Balrog. It is impossible to discover whether my father did in fact reject this idea, or whether it simply became lost in the haste with which the appendices were finally prepared for publication. The fact that he made no reference to Durin the Seventh and last, that he made no reference to Durin the last, though he appears in the genealogy in Appendix A, is possible a pointer to the letter of supposition. To the letter. I can't read chat. I'm a bit sorry. This G word just brought me out of my reading thing here. Is possibly a pointer to the letter supposition. So the latter one would be haste, and not that he abandoned this idea. I mean, it makes kind of sense simply because it's still part of Lord of the Rings in the table. Like, it could be an oversight, of course, but yeah, it's an interesting topic in this regard. I hope the stream is running, chat, because sometimes I get here some weird problems in the background. No, Spielkart is also welcome. Marley is also here. I haven't looked in chat for a moment because I need to find this particular chapter here. Oh, der Bionicle fan, good evening, nice to see you as well. Also good evening to all the people just joining here. I hope your people are not surprised. Maybe that's an interesting question for me as a creator. Did you get notified before the stream started? Notified by YouTube before the stream started? I scheduled it Friday, so we had a few days in advance to just hope that works. I have to catch up with chat again. It's always a problem. But yeah, it seems like, so for coming back to this particular question, if I'm not sure if there is a mention of the Watcher ever again. I think I would be surprised if there is. Yeah, the photo is unknown. So yeah, the fate of the Watcher is not known. That is definitely also a thing that seems to be here, so I'm not overlooking something. I did not get a notification from YouTube. However, after hitting get notified, after following the link from Discord, I did get an email for YouTube. Ah, okay. That kind of works then. Like, I don't know, it's some shape or form. Like, you get, for example, an email, you get this, on YouTube you have this little, what is it, for what kind of symbol is it? I think it's a bell symbol. There you get notifications and it says the stream is there. It's possible that you might ignore it because there might be a lot of notification there, but my question is just, does YouTube even notify my followers? It's kind of, or my fellowship, I could say. the people who subscribe to the channel. Oh, Artist Aurelian, welcome, nice to see you as well. Great Sunday, Tolkien chat. I didn't, but I was a pleasant surprise. Nice. So it's kind of 50-50. That's interesting, at least. Especially with like a lot of votes in. The notification bell, yeah. You know this terrible invention that causes a lot of trouble. But yeah, back to the question. So, yeah, to my knowledge, from the sources currently going through my head, was the Watcher in the Water ever mentioned again after Lord of the Rings? I think not. The only mention is what I just read to you, that later Durin the Seven, who is also mentioned in Lord of the Rings in one particular place, and he is mentioned in, let's call the extended cut of the appendices. They were cut down further, and then that is Appendix A that we know from the Lord of the Rings book. There is this passage where it is said that Durin the Seventh returned to Moria and retook that. And then the hammers could be heard again, the harps and the lights were back, and so on. So the dwarves returned. As a result, I would suspect that at this point, the Watcher kind of said, well, I don't want to mess with the dwarves when they are back in Moria, in Khazad-dûm, so let's not annoy the dwarves too much. Hello, GG. GG, Aris Aurelian. Yeah, I just decided to add this icon because I made it for the Twitch channel. I thought, well, I could also add to the YouTube channel. It might not find much use here. However, to end the thought and answer the question as much as I can, there is like an interesting. Or maybe I remember this wrong, but wasn't there in the chapter where the Watcher in the Water appears, wasn't there an interesting mention where somebody asks if this Watcher was, how you would call it, stirred up by Sauron or something? I can't remember. It's kind of tough. I don't remember how it was worded. But I could swear there was something like this, where maybe Gandalf or so. Tentacles groping. Here's a section in Lord of the Rings. I felt that something horrible was near from the moment that my foot first touched the water, said Frodo. What was the thing, or were there many of them? I do not know, answered Gandalf, but the arms were all guided by one purpose. This is the line I was remembering. I do not know, answered Gandalf, but the arms were all guided by one purpose. Something has crept or has been driven out of the dark waters under the mountains. There are older and fouler things than orcs in the deep places of the world. He did not speak aloud. His thought that whatever it was that dwelt in the lake, his sword, that whatever it was that, in the lake, it has seized on Frodo first among all the company. Boromir muttered under his breath. It's also interesting because it's a bit different in the film. But the echoing stone magnified the sound to a hoarse whisper that all could hear. In the deep places of the world, and thither we are going against my wish. So Boromir did not want to go there. But yeah, it's what Gandalf here kind of indicates is that because the Watcher in the water, it could be just, let's say, called an animal or some beast creature in the waters and so on, and I don't know, it was just looking for prey because it was hungry or whatever, but it seemed to exclusively attack Frodo because he had the ring, and either by its nature it was driven or by the ring, or it was kind of it was kind of, I don't know, as Gandalf suggests here. How did you say this? Yeah, something has crept or has been driven out of the dark, driven out. So maybe there was definitely some influence of Sauron. As a result, when Sauron is gone, he might not have the influence or this urgence to attack Frodo in this context. I think, like, from a writing perspective, the Watcher in the water is just some kind of plot device in a way to force them into Moria and so on. So we should maybe not overthink it too much when it comes to that, but in a way as well, I think there is definitely reason to assume, as Gandalf does, that there was like a focus of this entity for the One Ring and for Frodo. So I think he has a plausible assumption here that Gandalf is making. And then when Sauron is gone, the Watcher potentially doesn't need to be driven out of the dark again and does his own things. Please don't call the nameless things names. No, I did not know, James. Also, welcome. It's interesting that we are now at 50-50. I like that. You even read one of my chat lines without noticing my presence. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so there are multiple interpretations for this as well. I think, though, when Sauron was gone, the Watcher in the water does Watcher in the water things again and potentially leaves the dwarves alone because it's too dangerous. Maybe preys on easier things again. Chat as watchers in the waters of the internet. You need to make sure notifications are active in your settings, otherwise notification doesn't do anything. Yeah, that also, like, there are two settings for it. There's one, maybe I could end the poll here. For one, there is the bell if you subscribe to a channel, and then there's a YouTube setting as well that also tells YouTube, do you really want to get notified? Well, it's complicated. The result, though, is 50% yes and 50% no. So It's a 50-50 if you get notified, basically. Isn't that awesome? Well, it's at least better than I hoped it would be, but still not as good as it should be, I think. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Also, what is strange in YouTube, because I try to find the polls of the previous streams. I want to make a screenshot of them and include them in my conclusion video, because I talked about some of the polls in my last video. And there I noticed that in the VOD, it seems the polls are not saved. That's unfortunate, I feel. So maybe I should just make the result and post it like this. Just for future generations. If that makes sense. A bit stupid, but whatever. I missed a lot of chat messages. I'm a bit sorry. Yeah, sometimes the YouTube notifications arrive very delayed. There were other questions, and in case you posted a question, I didn't answer it yet or something. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is, Michael, if that is in any shape or form acceptable as an answer. I tried my best, but like I said, I don't have a good answer for this particular question. But it's an interesting one, nonetheless. But like my imagination, just to conclude this, is definitely that it potentially survived and just went elsewhere. It's maybe still there. And if it would have decided to make trouble, I think the dwarves would be more than capable to kind of kill it or hurt it enough that it would be not worth the effort for this entity. Okay, that's a very specific question. Ilenion Maranwe. It sounds like we need Google Maps for that or something. Let me just check. Now it's time for the Atlas of Middle-earth. Because otherwise this might be tough to answer, I think. How do we do this even, chat? Wait a moment, chat. Back in a moment. Not back, but maps, yes. So, what's the best map we have, chat? Where would Dol Amros be is the question, basically, in relation to this. So, just to get the sources here right. So the question is, if Minas Tirith is about the latitude of Ravenna, Bain's map commentary, or Florence, letter 294, and longitude of Belgrade, Bain's map, Belgrade, what would be the latitude of Dol Amros? So yeah, first of all, let's have a look at the Tolkien map, I think. Not sure how we do this. So let us see if I can find, well, how do I do it? I think the easiest way to determine the distance for this would be Tolkien's own map, because there, I can't show you Tolkien's own map on screen because it might be copyrighted in some way and I don't want to get into trouble. So we work with this map here. But in the background, I need to open Tolkien's map. I have like a commented version of it somewhere. Where do we have it? Lord of the Rings stuff. Somewhere I have an folder called maps for this. I think it's this one here. I need this tool here. So 250 pixels on this map are around about 100 miles. So the distance from Minas Tirith to Dol Amroth, if I just draw a line from there, are 864 pixels. Maybe it's a bit further. Let's say it's here. Round about 873 pixels. Let's say 74, 76. Doesn't matter too much. Wait a moment, I have to write a message really quick. That's kind of important. Sorry for getting distracted here. Luckily it's just a short message, just have to confirm something. 874 I said. So that are just round about 350 miles, I would say. Yes, that should be round about right. 350 miles is round about the difference for that. So Dol Amroth is basically southwest. Maybe it's more. Yeah, let's say southwest in the more with west tendencies. I guess it's more west. Got a visitor, leave the chat. Okay, I have a good one. See you in a few hours. Plus some crisp minutes, yes. Potentially. Okay, so now we go to the real world map. Let me just get this here right in production chat. So Dol Amroth is here. We're talking about the distance between Minas Tirith and Dol Amroth. That's this one here. And now I have to find window capture thing. Okay, we just use Google because why not? Yeah, that should work. And yeah, Florence would be here. Wait a moment. So Belgrade is here. Florence, as said, would be somewhere here. There's Rome. Always have trouble. Here's Florence, yeah. So in a way, isn't there a tool? Like there's a distance tool for it. It's a bit difficult to tell where it would be, right? But Tolkien basically says it's somewhere here, and if you look at the directions, from here. No, I don't wanna have a route. There's a distance measurement tool somewhere. Measure distance, and then you can, I think, how does it work? Do I have to drag it around? No. Distance to here, that is how it works. Now I can drag it around. Belgrade would be here. Yeah, that's roundabout on the same thing. The question is, there's a mention as Silmarillion mentioned there in a letter, which I now have to find, of course. Luckily, he wrote, I've came up with about 275 miles east and 100 south. Is that what you got? Yeah, kind of. That would sound somewhat okay. Let me just look into the letter. That's kind of... Wait, let me scroll up. Get your scale right, Chris. Yeah, it's we have to translate it into kilometers. So I said 350 kilometers, something like that. Miles. 350 miles times 1.6, I think it is. So 560 kilometers. And you said it is letter 294. Let me just read this here. The action of the story takes place in the northwest of Middle-earth, equivalent in latitude to the coastlands of Europe and the north shores of the Mediterranean. But this is not a purely Nordic area in any case. If Hobbiton and Rivendell are taken as intended to be at around the latitude of Oxford, then Minas Tirith, 600 miles south, is about the latitude of Florence. The mountains of the Anduin, the ancient city of Pelargir, are about the latitude of the ancient Troy. So that's what Tolkien here writes in this particular letter. And there's like another note with Belgrade and stuff like that. One moment, chat. So it's somewhere here on this latitude. Let's maybe make it a bit like this. Yeah, what is the latitude of Oxford? Of course it is. I mean, in a way, you could see it a bit different. Middle-earth corresponds spiritually Nordic Europe. Not Nordic, please. A word I personally dislike. It is associated, though, of French origin, which with racialist theories. Geographically, northern is usually better, but examination will show you that even this is inapplicable geographically and spiritually to Middle-earth. This is an old world, not invented by me, as reference to a dictionary such as a shorter Oxford will show. It means the habitable lands of our world set amid the surrounding ocean. The action of the story takes place in the northwest of Middle-earth, equivalent to latitude to the coastlands of Europe and the north shores of the Tarian, but this is not a purely Nordic area in any case. If Hobbiton is about, and Rivendell are about taken as intended to be about the latitude of Oxford, then Minas Tirith, and so on and so forth. What I just read there. The question is kind of, is he just trying to explain the distances here, or does he correspond those places from their location in our time versus, like Tolkien's idea was that Middle-earth is, as he says here, or that Arda basically is the mythological, very ancient old version of our world that formed over time. So let us first clear the measurement here. Would be actually interesting because we have some coastlines here and there. Measure distance, and then we have this here. These are just 80 kilometers. That's not that far, right? So if we go with a total distance of, what did I say, 560 kilometers. We're somewhere in the middle of the ocean. That's interesting. So I guess that is why that's 200. Actually funny if that would be the case. We could come out from this location here, from Belgrade. If I just hit it maybe more precisely. We come about 460 kilometers if we just would take this as a location. Yeah, the coast of Italy. That's kind of funny. So this this place kind of changed. But definitely interesting. Well, we could definitely play a lot around with where this place could be. We just need 560 kilometers, something like this. You could also go far further down, but you see definitely on the scale of Europe, 560 kilometers of 300 miles is quite the distance. It's always kind of fascinating, I think. No, I'm not looking for Troy. I'm just trying to think, is there some correspondence on the landmass of Europe where this particular distance would perfectly fit? Like, it would not work for Italy, except we start here at the coastline or something. Like if we would say this is still at the coast somewhere, maybe it's in the ocean or whatever. Hard to tell. But it's an interesting question to kind of try to relate this in some way. You could also say maybe it's more like this. But yeah, this kind of explains why in the Atlas, as Tamar Eleanor wrote, that they also use Belgrade there. Bain's map commentary of Florence. So this is Lord of the Rings, not GeoGuess. So well, we kind of compare distances right now, Schnack, but welcome. Still, it's very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Not much to say here, but that's the distance I could figure out from from Tolkien's map using the mile scale on it. So if to just show you the process, I have like a JPEG file of Tolkien's map that you know from the book, and I just draw a line in Photoshop, and Photoshop tells me how many pixels this line is, how long the distance basically is, and I know that from the scale that 250 pixels are around about 100 miles. So it's around about it's around about 350 miles then. Middle-earth geoguessr would be cool. That would be indeed really cool. I think it's maybe the areas like we would need some help for this to work, I think. Can confirm Oxford is nothing like Hobbit, and everyone is always rushing and high on caffeine and probably other substances and stressed out of their mind. I think it was maybe different when Tolkien lived. Who knows? What letter was this? 200. Let me just look it up. 94. 294 it was. But yeah, I'm not sure if Silmarillion is really happy with my answer, to be honest, but it is definitely interesting. Does this mountain range leading to the sea have a name? Maybe. I can't tell you, to be honest. I would love to, but... First of all, I need to find a map where the mountain range can be seen. Currently, I struggle a bit. It's too far north. That is the Misty Mountains. That's Mirkwood. That is too small. I think not on the official map, but I'm just try to get through the Atlas of Middle-earth to find a maybe decent answer for your question. Okay, that is... Like, if there is a name for it, I definitely know it. Don't know it out of my mind. There's just Mordor stuff. Okay, so just looking it up. So you mean this here, right? Just in case. So according to the Atlas of Middle-earth, these are the hills of Tarnost. Definitely a name I also couldn't tell you. Tarnost. Location, Gondor. Oh, they are on the map, actually. Are they? At least I don't see it here. But whatever, it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, Hills of Tarnost. Then there's the Dor en Ernil, the land of the prince, kind of south of it. So this land here. And this land here then is called Belfalas, as you can see. Here we have Iselond. You can always question if it's really there. Pilargir, which we know from the show, is here. And so on. There are quite a few interesting places here and there, for sure. It's always fascinating to me that Tolkien named all of this. Then we have, yeah, here this is named the Pinas Gelin. The Green Hills translated. I assume you mean these hills here. I can't even tell you much about those. They are mentioned in Lord of the Rings, though. In the form, I think they are mentioned on the map of Lord of the Rings, but I would have to get my map out. That's always a bit difficult. This is a Tolkien's commentary on the Bane's map. Minas Tirith is about the latitude of Ravenna, 900 miles east of Hobbiton, or near Belgrade, bottom of the map, 1,500 miles. Is about the latitude of Jerusalem, Umbar, the city of Corsairs. About that of Cyprus. Okay, that is interesting to know. Oh, Gaia is here. Welcome as well. Can you show it on the map? The 9 rings. Okay, that's also an interesting one. I'm just trying to double check my findings. Yeah, don't worry. I just from the map that we have. That's the distance. Ancient Italy has some pretty decent volcanoes, so it makes sense that it changed. I guess if you compare the Middle Earth map here to our real world map, unfortunately I can't zoom out, but maybe I have here. No, where is it? Maybe let's use the Third Age map. I mean, yeah, you kind of get the idea, but it still looks quite different from. Oh, I need to zoom out, right? It still looks different from. I can't zoom out further, unfortunately. Why can't I zoom out further though, chat? Wasn't there like a feature if you zoom out further than this? Maybe you have to use the satellite? I don't know. Maybe they text like the world would become a sphere. They currently don't have that. I don't know. Maybe it's my program, my browser, whatever. Doesn't matter. But yeah, it still looks quite different from the other map. So still some transformation has to be made. On a scale from 1 to 10, how much do you like dwarves? 1 to 10? The question is, are dwarves a 10 out of 10? Or are they just a 9 out of 10? But the question is, what could dwarves do better to become a 10 out of 10? That's a good question, though. I'm not sure. Something like that, though. Morgoth. Tone seems right. Oh man. Okay, chat. So what's the next stuff? We had a question about rings, but maybe I'm skipping like 5,000 questions. But like I said, feel always free to repost stuff if you have like an interesting topic to discuss. I'm not sure if Tarmaranwa is happy though. We just learned today on the Discord. I also never looked it up what Barrow Downs basically means, but it seems like The barrow is also a hill, and down is like a lower hill, so it's hill or hill lower hill. Kind of funny. Thank you for confirming the number of the letter. Yeah, no problem. Seems reasonable. Also looks like it could be Rome. Yeah, it might also be an interesting idea. Wasn't there a question by Mark or something? I don't know. Oh yeah, you had also a question, Bewait. How big was the lake? You wrote a question earlier. I read this. I forgot about it. Gladden, how big was the lake that became the Gladden Field? So if we return to our other map, we would be here, north of Gondor, north of Lothlorien and so on. How big became the Gladden Fields? I never see it on any map described in Unfinished Tales, the Elder Days, when the Sylvan Elves first settled there. Seems big. That would be a question for Círdan, I think. But I'm not sure if he's here. There's also a question about the Mirror Mare previously. If it ever became kind of occupied, defiled or whatever. I can't remember any mention of that, to be honest. Moss Gatherer. So, Gladden Fields. Yeah, that's an also interesting one. Because, yeah, they found a lake in the Deep Depression. Like, let me just first find the source. It always helps us. Unfinished Tales, The Disaster of the Gladden Fields, note 13 it is. Let's look into that for a moment. Because I out of my head, I can't really tell you if there is any more information about this particular topic, to be completely honest. Note 13. The Gladden Fields, Loic Ningloron. Never read this elven name, to be honest. In the Elder Days, when the Sylvan Elves first settled there, they were a lake formed in a deep depression into which the Anduin poured from the north down the swiftest part of the course, a long descent of some 70 miles, and there mingled with the torrent of the Gladden River, Thir Ninglor, hastening from the mountains. The lake had been wider west of the Anduin, for the eastern side of the valley was deeper, but on the east it probably reached as far as the feet of the long slopes down from the forest. Then still wooded. As far as the feet of the long slope down from the forest when still wooded. Its reedy borders being marked by the gentle slope just below the path that Isildur was following. The lake had become a great marsh, through which the river wandered in a wilderness of islets, and wide beds of reed and rush, and armies and yellow and is this armies? Whatever. Of yellow armies of yellow iris, and grew taller than a man, and gave their name to all the region and the river from the mountains, about whose lower course they grew most thickly. But the marsh had receded to the east, and from the foot of the lower slopes there were now wide flats grown with grass and small rushes, on which men could walk. Our author's note. So Tolkien wrote a very long, detailed note about the Gladden Fields here, and gives us some information about the size, it seems. It had to be wider west of the Anduin for the eastern side. I mean, that's toward north down the swiftest course, long descent some 70 miles, and there mingled with the torrents from the Gladden River. So if we go on this thing here, here's the Ninglor. This is the Gladden River. Now we have to go to Photoshop again and see what 70 miles would mean on this scale here. So the mountains are round about 100 miles away from the if we look at this Gladden River, the mountains are, what did I say, 250 miles. Did I remember the number correctly, chat? Yeah, 250 miles roundabout. 250 pixels are 100 miles. The distance from the Anduin is 230, so almost 100 miles. 70 miles would be then, let's say 75, that's easier, 200 pixels. So it seemed to be pretty massive, to be honest. I mean, it just says basically that the river from the mountains, they also went into the river and so on. This kind of flooded this area. And it also connected to the forest, which was, it seems, closer. Like here, later on the forest starts. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Later on the forest starts here. So this here is almost 100 miles from the mountains to the Anduin, which is actually pretty massive. So you just go from here, that could be around about 70 miles actually. Roundabout, maybe a bit less, I'm not sure. That's what Tolkien mentions. So maybe here the western part of the river starts in this area and it goes to the forest. And the forest was, like Tolkien writes here in the text, if I understand this here correctly, maybe you can correct me if I misunderstand Tolkien's description here. The lake had been wider west Anduin, for the eastern side of the valley was steeper, but on the east it probably reached as far as the feet of the long slopes down from the forest, then still wooded. So yeah, it seems like it could have went to Mirkwood, as it's later called, or Greenwood the Great, which could have been a bit bigger in the Second Age. I'm not 100% sure on this. But yeah, that I think is kind of the region of this particular lake. That's a very interesting question. Bewides 25. Yeah, from the description it seems big now that I read the note myself, and definitely would agree. Very interesting detail. Mirkwood not so great. I'm not sure if on the First Age map, very curious if there's like, if the lake is there. I think it's too small. the Great River. That is Amman. That's the wrong coast. That's Beleriand. Okay, here we have the unfortunate mistake due to missing information of the for Karen Wynne Fonstead. When did she make the Atlas chat? I think in the 80s, right? So she could have had access to this information. I'm pretty sure she had. I was even older than this. But it was a revision of this. I'm not sure when it was, though. I have to look it up, chat. Came out 1981. And the revised version, which I most likely I have a revised version of it, which is from 1991. So every information, my copy says first edition 1881, second 91. Yeah, oh, thank you, Rosemary, for looking it up as well. I was scanning here this page and I couldn't find it. Yeah, here it is also. I'm just blind. Just looked over the numbers 5 times. So very interesting. What came first, the chicken or the dwarf? Good question, Shark. I would say the chicken. But and whatever. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting detail, though. The fields are like, thanks to the dead body of altruism, I guess. Could have gone without the random deposit of evil. The not so Gladden fields. At 11, though. Yeah, still, it's a fascinating book, The Atlas of Middle-earth. Trick quest. But yeah, I hope this kind of answers the question, but it seems from the text, if you look at the map and so on, this area here easily could have been the lake stuff here. I assume it maybe starts here, so yeah, like I said, the description I read like, where was the beginning of it? A long descent of some 70 miles, and there mingled with the torrent of the Gladden River. They were lake formed in a deep depression into the Anduin, poured from the north down the swift and long descent 70 miles. There mingled torrent, Gladden River, hastening the mountains. Yeah, so it was definitely kind of a bigger thing here. And a bit torrent, yeah, torrent means stream. Kind of. There was another question which I also would like to come to. Which was the other one. There was a question by Gaia, I think. Yeah, that was 9 men that received the rings Sauron located. Did Tolkien say where all the kingdoms were? Can you show it on the map? Where were the 9 men located? Unfortunately, we don't know exactly where they are located, but it's an interesting question. That's the reason it's called the Gladden Lakes. Well, it later formed into a marshland. That's when it became the Gladden Fields. But before that, it seems there was a massive lake once. Very interesting detail by Tolkien. Noticed here. It's always fascinating how much detail he put in and thought put into this map here. Very fascinating. That makes sense, of course, from this perspective. Well, definitely a note I also had not in my mind that there was once a lake here in this particular area. And yeah, the Sylvan Elves, of course, you know, later Thranduil's people here, Dol Guldur as it's later called, or Amon Lang, and then later they go up here and form Thranduil's kingdom. Then we have Lothlorien here, where also the Sylvan Elves under different kings, and later Galadriel and Celeborn live. So this area is very Sylvan Elven heavy, and some of the Sylvan Elves that were part of once of the clan of the Teleri wandered from the far east Kuivienen all the way here. They passed this lake here in Rhûn, the Sea of Rhûn. They passed this in some capacity and went further towards the mountains, and some of the elves stopped the great journey and just settled here in this area. And this is basically what Tolkien describes here in this particular comment. It's comment 13, in case you want to also look into this in the chapter, the disaster of the Gladden Fields in Unfinished Tales. Note 13. Very, very interesting detail, to be honest. And Tolkien wrote this author's note. Okay, maybe also look into the sentence. He has 1412. The rain lasted for 4 days, so when they came to the entrance of the vales between Lorien and Amon Lang, Isildur turned away from the Anduin, swollen with swift water, and went up the steep slopes on its eastern side to gain the ancient pass of the Sylvan Elves that ran near the eaves of the forest. So it came to pass that late in the afternoon of the 13th day of their journey, they were passing the north borders of the Gladden Fields, marching along a path that led to Thranduil's realm. And yeah, the word Gladden Fields has note 13 on it. So there Tolkien described from the previous section why this area looks like this. It's interesting how close he stores living to Beorn. Yeah, that's definitely a interesting detail. Yeah, I have to admit, like, as a not native speaker, names for plants and stuff are always a bit strange for me as well to read. Think, okay, what does this even mean? Because in my daily English usage, I never talk about plants and living things. It's more like, I don't know, concepts, I guess. Okay, that is in German Schwertlilie, I think. Let me just look it up. If it's yellow, it's potentially something different. Eine Sumpfschwertlilie for those who speak German. That is what it is. I can post it in chat. That's a yellow iris, however it's pronounced. Don't ask me, chat. But yeah. And there are reeds and so on. Reed is Schilf in German. That I know, at least. Oh, Crafty Spirit, welcome. Nice to see you here. We're just discussing what yellow irises mean. Well, iris. Okay, I think that's how it's pronounced. Okay, the other questions were about the men and the 9 rings, chat. So that's another interesting one, chat. The 9 men. Let me just get the classic image here done. That's not the 9 men, though. Here they are, though. From the Peter Jackson trilogy, Fellowship of the Ring, from the prologue. So where are these people from? We don't know a lot about most of them, I think. Like Iris, okay, good to know. Can you pinpoint the exact tree that Bilbo climbed to see which direction to go in Mirkwood during The Hobbit? No. I'm not that good at GeoGuessr, so it might be tough to pinpoint it. Yeah, we talked about the Watcher in the Water a bit, and if it got killed or defeated, but unfortunately, we simply don't really know. Yeah. But nice try, Mark. The 3 men we wanted to talk about. There is in the Silmarillion a mention, I think it's at the end of the Akalabes. And that gives us one of the very few informations we have. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe it's not at the end, but at the beginning. Well, let's say it's somewhere in the Akalabes. It's more in the beginning, not at the end. So whatever, but there you can find it in the Silmarillion. Yet Sauron was ever guileful, and let me just double check how this word is pronounced. I every time stumble upon it and forget. Guileful. Okay, that's actually kind of right. Guileful, and it is said among those whom he ensnared with the 9 rings, 3 were great lords of Numenorean race. So we know that 3 of the Nazgul, if we look at the map here, though we need the second age map for it, because the first time the Nazgul appear, according to Appendix B in the Lord of the Rings, to I forgot the number, to be honest. I think it's 2581. I think the number is wrong. 2281? 2251 it was. Death of Tar Atanamir, Tar Ankalimon takes the scepter in Numenor, rebellion and division of the Numenoreans begin. About this time, the Nazgul, or ring race, slave of the nine rings, first appear. That means, though, in this time, the transformation into a Nazgul, or into ring race, was already complete. This could have taken, I don't know, 100 years, maybe longer. And in this context, the last entry in the Appendix B is the following. Round about 1800, from this time onward, the Numenoreans begin to establish dominions on the coasts. Sauron extends his power eastward. The shadow falls on Numenor. That's what Tolkien writes. So on the Second Age map, we have Numenor, of course, here in the ocean. On the bigger map, this kingdom is, of course, here. Like it's in the middle, it's between the West Continent, Aman, and Middle-earth. And it's relatively far out. The question is, how did Sauron bring influence, or how did the shadow fall over Numenor? So that's a kind of an interesting time that this particular event, where this particular event happens. And for those dudes to become the Nazgul, they have to get the rings at some point, and this is where the question kind of goes. It's also a good question, Mark. I know I try to I don't have a good answer for that, but we can maybe look into it in a moment. Let me just finish that question. Also, Openbird, welcome, nice to see you. And so they were of Numenorean race, some lords of the Numenoreans. Since the text here in Appendix B mentions that the Numenoreans extend their power and establish dominions on the coast, it is definitely possible that where both of these events, like if we switch to this map here, now I have to move the map all the way, like you see here's the coastline, Umbar is here. This is definitely where the Numenoreans started doing stuff, but we also have up here Lond Dyer, and I don't know what other places there might be. Pelargir would be here. I think there's a foundation date for Pelargir, which I don't know out of my head, because I'm terrible at memorizing dates. 2350 it was created, so that was not around when the Nazgul were around. So Pelargir we can kind of exclude already as a location of Numenor, as a stronghold. This appears much later in the story. But it doesn't matter that much. We still would have Umbar. The Sauron, living here, expands his power eastward, so maybe into this direction, and I don't know, to Rhûn. Rhûn means east, so kind of interesting. But he has to somehow get into contact with the Numenoreans, and I would suspect, how can he get contact with the Numenoreans? I think Umbar would be the best place, because it's relatively close to Numenor. It's a place where we know the Numenoreans had a stronghold, like the Havens of Umbar were in their control, and was an important place. And we can also read information about this elsewhere. Let me just see. Heavy tribute. Nah. Now it becomes tough to find, to be honest. Let me just see if I find my note here. Tribute. I don't even have it in this document, which is very sad, because I have no idea where Tolkien wrote this. Could be Lord of the Rings, actually. Or nope. Oh, I have found it even. Moreover, after Minastir, the kings became greedy of wealth and power. At first, the Númenóreans had come to Middle-earth as teachers and friends of lesser men, afflicted by Sauron, but now their havens became fortresses, holding wide coastlines in subjection. Atanamir and his successors levied heavy tribute, and the ships of the Númenóreans returned laden with spoil. So now we have to find out when Tar Atanamir lived, and then we maybe get a better picture. Interestingly, Tar Atanamir was born 1800. He died 2221. He does not become a Nazgul, because he's not a lord of the Númenóreans, he's a king. He was the... the 13th king of Númenor. There it is. Good to be back. Awesome. Yeah, I guess after the show interruption here of the book lore content, we're coming now back to book lore content. That's also a good question, Mark. You're asking the tough questions, though. Interestingly, it was Tar Atanamir who first spoke openly against the ban and declared that the life of the Eldar was his by right. So here the immortality struggle in Númenor starts. Very interesting character or figure in history. Because from here, this is when the shadow fell on this place. You could maybe make the argument, like I said, we don't know exactly when people turned into Nazgul, but we can assume the process took some time. Because for the argument, unending, unendurable. That's better. So, men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their days, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. What this means, in my opinion, like, for this to be noticeable, that they had unending life. And here we have to consider that we're talking about Númenóreans who already live quite long. So for this effect to be noticeable that they had unending life, there need definitely, I don't know, 70 or 100 years or something like this have to pass, I think, to give this impression that their life would not end. So I think the transformation from Lord of the Númenóreans to a Nazgul definitely took some time. What do you expect, Chris? I can finally ask about the real Lord of the Rings again. Yeah, that's true, I guess. But yeah, in this context... Hast du den Salat? What was it that I wanted to say? Yeah, in this context, though, if the Nazgul appeared 2251, we can assume that 2151 they maybe gotten the rings, maybe even earlier than this, in my opinion. But it's just speculation by my side. Keep this in mind. The exact date is not known. However, yeah, in this time, that Umbar and so on, the coastlines, they were they put tribute on these people here. That would mean that they also might have contact with other people here in Harad, for example. Maybe, I don't know, there were even some connections between Harad, Khand and the Easterlings or so on. So in some way, Sauron must have, or his servants must have approached the Númenórean lords, potentially, in my opinion, in Umbar and surroundings. Because I don't think that Sauron sent a ring to Númenor at this time. It might be possible, to be honest, that this would also... it's not impossible that he sent some servant with a ring there, but I think from Sauron's perspective at this time, it would, that's just my personal opinion, make more sense that he approached them on Middle-earth itself. And since they were putting tribute on these people, they had to expand and maybe also look deeper into the lens of the world itself, and then get to contact with this. I could imagine here, maybe even though Pelargir did not exist yet, it would be strange if the Númenóreans never landed here in this place and never checked these lines, especially considering they had definitely a harbor here in Londayar. There's another mention, I think, what was it called? Vinyalonde, something like this. Sometimes it's suspected that Vinyalonde harbor founded by Aldarion. There's another text though, maybe it's inconsistent. It is I think suspected that Londayar and Vinyalonde are the same. But yeah, it's a different topic, don't want to dive too deep into this. So I could imagine they had contact. So I can't pinpoint, unfortunately, coming back to your question, where exactly they got the rings. But I assume these lords of Númenor got them here. And I could imagine as Númenóreans, they maybe traveled back to their island, here it is, further south, and then back to Umbar or something, and went here into the lands and so on. But I would assume that this is where they got the rings, and this was basically where they were active, in my opinion. Hard to believe how far the Númenóreans went into the land, but we can also read that the Númenóreans basically went everywhere at some point when they started to become a big nation of mariners and so on in the Second Age. They even went to the Darklands and I think to the Gates of Morning and so on. The only place they were not going was this here, Aman, because they were not allowed to go there. And they sticked to that until the last king of Númenor. That was spoiler for the people who don't know this and want to watch the show. Maybe I should make a spoiler warning for this. I'm not sure. But it's Pharazôn, obviously the last king of Númenor, and in this context, stuff is very interesting. So 3 were of Númenórean race, as we can read. Chat, in the meantime, while I explain this stuff, does somebody know where the idea comes from that these 9 were kings? Because that is not 100% clear in my opinion. Like, I think there is it from... No, it's not from the poem. It says 9 men doomed to die. I don't know, but maybe somebody knows where this idea comes from, that the 9 Nazgûl were once kings. Great kings of many. It could be from the movies, but I think there's actually also... Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe it's a movie thing, but maybe there's also a book reference for that. But I totally don't know. So 3 were this. Then there's another man. We discussed this previously. We have to look into Unfinished Tales for this as well. And there we have the chapter The Hunt for the Ring, it is called, in Unfinished Tales. And there we can read the following sentence. Now at that time the chieftain of the ring race dwelt in Minas Morgul, that the chieftain of the ring race is the Witch King, with 6 companions. While the second to the chief, Khamul, the Shadow of the East, abode in Dol Guldur as Sauron's lieutenant, with 1 other as his messenger. Here we have a note, note 1. No, I'm wrong, chat. No, now my thing is working. It's Third Age, Hunt for the Ring. Where is it? Note 1. And there's a longer note about the name of Khamul. According to the entry in the Tale of Years, for 2951, Sauron sent 3, not 2, of the Nazgul to reoccupy Dol Guldur. So it's already different. The 2 statements can be reconciled on the assumption that 1 of the ringwraiths of Dol Guldur returned afterwards to Minas Morgul. But I think it's more likely that the formulation of the present text was superseded when the Tale of Years was compiled. And it may be noted that in the rejected version of the present passage, there was only 1 Nazgul in Dol Guldur, not named as Khamul, but referred to as the second-in-chief, in brackets, the Black Easterling, while 1 remained with Sauron and his chief messengers. So what this basically tells us is that there's a version of this text where the second chief that is in Dol Guldur is called the Black Easterling. In this other text, he is called Khamul, one of the only Nazgul we have a name. That's also the one, I think, who visits Farmer Maggot, for example, and so on. But yeah, Khamul is there his name, and he's the Shadow of the East. So that's very important. Because he's not called Khamul, the Black Easterling, but Khamul, the Shadow of the East. So here it is also implied that he is from the East, but not that he's an Easterling, if that makes sense. He could be just the Shadow of the East because Khamul is usually active in the East or something. There's different interpretations what this could mean. But the Easterling, in this context, is only, like Christopher Tolkien notes here, that in the, let me just read it again, Minas Morgul was suspected in the Tale of Years formulation was superseded when the Tale of Years was compiled. And it may be noted that in the rejected version of the present passage, there was only 1 Nazgul in Dol Guldur, not named Khamul, so the name Khamul does not appear there, but referred to as the Black Easterling, the second chief Black Easterling. They mean the same Nazgul, most likely, but it seems like Tolkien's idea is he's from the East, so potentially an Easterling. Where he would live there is hard to tell, but we know that Mordor is basically here, down in the area. Also, it's kind of east-ish in Middle-earth, I would say, maybe southeast or whatever you want to call it. And Sauron's influence, he expanded towards the east, as we can read, which could include Rhûn, even though from Sauron's perspective, Rhûn is north-east from Mordor. That's a different question. And we don't have any idea of this region, to be honest. Like here, in this other place, we know there are some places like Hobbiton, we have Bree here. I mean, if you're completely honest, there are not many places. We have Tharbad, we have Sarnford, Isengard. Here is Gondor already, with some places potentially on the line. Minas Tirith, Osgiliath, Minas Morgul, and so on. So, yeah, it's... By the way, this is a second age map. Maybe I show you the third age map there. The names are also on it. Maybe that helps a bit when it comes to orientation. And yeah, it seems... Since we don't know what cities exist here in the north, and keep in mind that not all place names here are also on the map. Like, these are not the only places that exist. For example, in context of Bree, we have, for example, a place called Hatchet, I think, and another one, which name I've forgotten. But there are more villages here than just Bree. Bree is just important for the story, and that's why it's on the map. So there could be more places in Middle-earth than the ones that Tolkien names, of course. But this region here is so far off and has so little to do with the story, and the protagonists never go here. As a result, we don't know any place here. But yeah, I would suspect that here's a big lake. That means there's water. We have a forest here. We have Dorwinion. We know that wine for the elves is produced here. Like, Thranduil drinks wine from Dorwinion. It is suspected that Dorwinion is here, somewhere in the east. So you can suspect that here is land where things can grow. And when you can grow things, and I don't know, there's also the mention of cattle, the kine of Arau, of Orome, and stuff like that. There's some context in this regard. I think I made a video about this once. You could assume people live here. And when people live here, there might be dwellings, villages, maybe even cities in the widest sense. And I would assume, since Sauron wants to give the rings to people who might not be nobodies, but who might be people who have influence in the East, he might be some lord there, maybe a king or whatever. And that is, yeah. Yeah, that's what I also read. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their days, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. Is there an island on it? No, I think that's just a map. In German we'd call it a Klecks. Like, I think it's just ein Fleck. What is a Fleck? Fleck in English. A spot, speck, stain, something like that. Yeah. There's not a lake there. There's not an island in the middle. Maybe there is one, but this is just, yeah, I think map decoration to give it this tattered look. Oh, there is a forest island, actually. I didn't know that, Benjamin. That's good that you correct me then there. I always thought it's just some kind of thing there. The problem is, yeah, you are right. The map doesn't really continue there. But I couldn't tell you what the story of this is. So on page, what is it? 77. You see a rune and there's some dotted lines. So maybe there is actually something on this. Very interesting. I always thought it would be like a thing there. Because in Tolkien's map, I think there's... Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. I have Tolkien's map here. Yeah, on Tolkien's map there is something. You are right. It's also... I never noticed this, to be honest. But there seems to be an actual little island there on this Sea of Rune. Interesting. Thanks for the hint. Yeah, there's no information or name. I'm not even sure what the source of this is. It might be too difficult right now to find out here on the stream. Those who use the 9 rings, we have this. Maybe there's another quote or something, chat. Yeah, and by the way, just to we talked about Carmol here for a moment. Just to conclude the thought on this. So Carmol is the only, like we have 3 of Numenorean race and an Easterling. And the other 5 we don't know anything about. Like there's no mention where they are from or so. Hard to tell. They could also be Easterlings. They could be, I would assume they are from Harad, from this region here, because Harad was always powerful and that they might help to get more influence over those people, maybe also from Khand. So we have Harad and Khand for the remaining 5. I could also imagine that maybe there's some people like from the Dune landings that got a ring. Though, yeah, they became Dune landings later. It's a complicated topic. But they were definitely not liking the other people. So I think he would try to get rings to people that are maybe powerful in different regions of Numenor. The hillmen maybe also got a ring. That would also be an interesting thought. Like they have to have the hillmen here in the hills also needed to have contact with Sauron at some point. That's where the Oathbreakers then come from. I remember the folk of Beor and Hador dwelled on opposite sides of the Sea of Rune for some time. Yeah, there was definitely something like that. Let me just see if we find something about the Nazgul. No. Like, what's interesting is that Tolkien... I'm not sure if Tolkien ever wrote something about kings in this context. Let me just see if I find it. I'm just curious. If there is a note for this. Kings of Men. This happens too often. Seven Dwarf Kings, no. Oh, that's an interesting mention, but it is Has to do with the barrow wights. Elf Kings, ja, then they became King of Numenor. There have been still many men, warriors, and kings that walk alive under the sun. Okay, that's a different thing. Maybe that's a reference to this. Because these horses are born and bred to service of the Dark Lord in Mordor. Not all his servants and chattels are wraiths. There are orcs and trolls, there are wargs and werewolves, and there have been and still are many men, warriors and kings that walk alive under the sun and yet are under his sway. And the number is growing daily. Numerian kings. The word kings appears too often. No, I don't find anything. Be nice to listen. I got to go now. Thank you for staying, Rosemary. Have a good one. Have a nice rest of the evening. All the best to you. And maybe see you next stream. I try to stream next week again, just for people wondering. That's currently blitzing through Lord of the Rings if we find any mention of this king. I think what I found interesting that you can make an argument that the gender of the Nazgul is never really mentioned somewhere. By great tides, but was visited by great. Yes, I remember this line, but I haven't read it in quite some time. They have to craft a boat building and the peoples afterwards. Nice. So yeah, that's basically what I know about the stuff here out of my head. Like, that's an interesting research topic in a way, because I always wondered, like, if it is just a Peter Jackson invention that they were all kings. As king sorceress. No, I can't find anything. Oh, Taku Senpai. By the late Third Age, there were trolls, giants, and orcs in the White Mountains. A specific question. Yeah, that is also, of course, true. They could have become kings. I'm just wondering if there's a poem or whatever, some line, some weird in some obscure source that basically says, or says the Nazguls were kings, or if this is just a complete something that Peter Jackson made to explain this pretty fast. Like, I think from the sources about the Nazgul I personally know, it is definitely different. Have you seen the Japanese trailer? Yeah, there's a snow troll. The word snow troll is mentioned. Like, is there trolls in the in the mountains? Yeah, potentially. Helm grew fierce and gaunt for famine and grief, and the dread of him alone was worth many men in the defense of the burg. He would go out by himself, clad in white, and stalk like a snow troll into the camps of his enemies. So in this context, in this description, like a snow troll, like those must have existed somewhere at some point, and the only mention of the word snow troll is in the context of the people of Rohan, and the Hornburg, the Hornburg, is in the White Mountains. So, considering that this was maybe written from sources from there, or sources from there might have been used, they must know the word snow troll, and as a result, you can conclude that there were snow trolls in the White Mountains. Yes. I mean, they don't have to start out as kings. It could be just that at some point they became great kings due to the rings they have. We have still the Silmarillion quote, men proved easier to ensnare those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. What is interesting, this line here, we discussed this like some years ago and also in a live stream. You can understand in different ways. Men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, and those who became mighty in their day were already kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. Or those who used the 9 rings were just normal people, and they became then mighty in their day. They became kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely would also read this line, that they became kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. But you could also understand that they were already and then became mighty kings, mighty sorcerers, and mighty warriors of old. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's also a good point, that the snow troll could also memory of the white when they lived in the Great Mountains. Maybe people wondering what we are currently talking about. So the Helm's Deep, Hornburg is here, These are the Eret Nimrais are the White Mountains. And once the people of Rohan were called the Eotheot, and they lived here in Framsburg, for example, in the north, close to the Eret Mithrin, the Grey Mountains. It could also be that great trolls lived here, which also would make a lot of sense, because though dwarves lived here, they had troubles with the drakes later, and also the orcs were often here and conquered Gundabad and so on. So evil things seem to linger here in the Grey Mountains, though here in the White Mountains maybe less, because here we have later Gondor around and so on. So, but I guess in the mountains also some stuff was going on. For example, the Oathbreakers, the Hillmen, and so on. So I don't know. Difficult to say, but it's definitely noticeable that the only place in Lord of the Rings where the snow troll is mentioned is in context of this region here. So, yeah. Is Chris talking? Yes, I'm talking, but sometimes I'm just reading and then I'm not talking for a minute or two. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, in Lord of the Rings, giants are never noted. The only giant note we get is from the Hobbit, and the Hobbit is always like a weird edge case, I think. I have a few mention of giants in other in a descriptive context, and there it's upon posted high walls of ancient stone, and within them was a lofty tower. Men said that in the far-off days of the glory of Gondor, the Sea Kings had built here their fastness with the hands of giants. The Hornburg it was called. So interesting note here in this context, actually. Now here's the other thing. In some context here. And there were the White Mountains of Eret Nimrais, came to the end he saw, and Gandalf had promised the dark mass of Mount Mindolluin, that's by Minas Tirith, or behind Minas Tirith, like west of it, the deep purple shadows of its high glens, and its tall face withering in the rising day, and upon its outskirt knee was the guarded city, with its 7 walls of stone so strong and old that it seemed to have been not builded, but carven by giants out of the bones of the earth. So yeah, there's an interesting mention of it, and then there is, I forgot the name of it though, I have to look it up in the atlas actually. There is interestingly some origin story of the Eret Nimrais or something like that, or of like some mountain area there. And in that there is a mention of, where is Gondor? The Blue Mountains, that's too far further south. Oh, that is Thyglir. Maybe somebody remembers it. There's like an origin story. There's a name of some place. Tarlang's Neck. That it is. I'm not sure if that's mentioned in Lord of the Rings, but there's also Tarlang. They passed Tarlang's neck and came into Lamedon, and the shadow host pressed behind the fear and went on before them until they came to the Kilembel upon Kiril. A lot of weird names that you never hear again. It's a chapter, might take a moment to scroll up. The Passing of the Grey Company it is. And there we have Tarlang's neck. And what is interesting about Tarlang's neck is that there's like the legend that it was like Tarlang was a giant, I think. So it's only mentioned, the story is not explained. I'm not even sure where it's explained. Local legend, blah blah blah. Oh god, it's only mentioned in the nomenclature of the Lord of the Rings. And you find this in the Lord of the Rings A Reader's Companion, page 536. Let me just see if I can find that really quick. Just give my physical copy because I have page numbers. I hope my page numbers correspond to this year. Not always the case. 536. Yeah, Tarlang's neck is an explanation in common speech of a name that was no longer certain in meaning at this time. The neck was a ridge over which the road climbed, joining the main range of mountains to the mountainous spur that separated the plain of Erech from Lamedon. Just to show you on the map where we are talking about, Erech is here. Lamedon is here, you can see it, here it is. Lamedon, and now I have to find the line again. Lamedon. This was double erased and illegible, called in Sindarin Tarlang, stiff, rough, or tough neck, which in its later form Tarlang was no longer clear in meaning. Ah, interesting. The neck was usually added in common speech. Tarlang, in local legend, was the name of a giant of long ago, of one of the giants who in ancient days had built the White Mountains as a wall to keep men out of their land by the sea. But Tarlang, while carrying a load of rock on his head, tripped and fell, and the other giants used him to finish the wall at that point, leaving his neck lying southward, while his head and the load made up the southern MTS, I guess parts or something, of the ridge, called Tarlangs, that separate the plain of Erech from Lamedon. This was replaced by a new text. Okay, now it gets longer. On which rock, Erech Lamedon, added Tarlang, originally name of this ridge, was later taken as a personal name. The following, actually Tarlang was probably the original name of the ridge of the neck. We had this in the other text there as well. For the road over it was hard and laborious, and was only used by those in great need or haste, but owing to the fact that lang, neck, though frequently used geographically, was also applied to the neck of men and animals, while Tarlang was not an uncommon man's name. Added to the origin nickname, the stiff neck, blah blah. They grew up at a local legend to explain the name. It was said that when in ancient days some giants were building the White Mountains as a wall to keep men out of their land by the sea, so the same as in the other text, one of them called Tarlang tripped and fell on his face, and as he was carrying a heavy load of rocks on his head, he broke his neck and was killed. The other giants used his body to complete. Wait, I lost the line. Carrying body to complete. the wall at that point, but left his neck lying southward, leading to the 3 mountains of the spur. Dol Tarlang, Tarlang's head, Kul Velek, big load, and Kul Bin, little load. A break in his neck was shown by a depression in the ridge near the junction with Tarlang's head, over which the road went. In consequence, the Tarlang was called Achat Tarlang, using another word for neck, Quenya Acho, probably referring only to the bony vertebral part, not including the throat. This was generally called in vernacular common speech Tarlang's neck. Okay, so there you have it. There's like a mention of this. But that's a Hobbit. So the only mention we have here in this thing here, you promise, I think even on Karen Wynne Fonsted's thing here, not all the place names I just mentioned are even noted there. And it's a bit hard to see because the Gondor text is... We could maybe use the second age map, but I think it doesn't have the map there. Maybe it has. A bit hard to... It's south of Erech. Morthond. So Erech is somewhere here. Then this is Tarlang's neck, and there's a ridge in between it, and then there's some other part here. It's a bit difficult to explain this here. But yeah, it's very interesting. Had to do an hour's work. Where are we? We're currently discussing giants in the book, or mentions of those. We just discussed Tarlang's neck, which is this mountain thing here. And yeah, mostly they are not mentioned in Lord of the Rings directly, just as a descriptive term, comparing stuff and so on. And this here was what I just read was from like the nomenclature of Tolkien. Like basically Tolkien gave like some notes and hints to some names, how to translate them and so on and so forth. And sometimes he gives some additional story or lore information about those. I really suspect that the giants may refer to the Valar or their servants as giants. It's interesting. Watch the 2019 Hellboy. I think I have not seen that one. Yeah, that was in The Hobbit with Beorn and so on. In The Hobbit, definitely giants are mentioned. Also stone giants and so on. The question chat is now, Tolkien was maybe also built by giants. Yeah, that's also possible. Like sometimes, like I said, it's like a legend because people can't. That's an interesting. Good. I don't want to talk about the show, to be honest, but I kind of get the moment a bit, where Theo basically talks about where Isildur in the show talks to Isildur about the aqueduct in Pelargir and says men can't build this. You know, this is kind of, I don't know. I kind of like this line simply because you could maybe argue, well, maybe an aqueduct men can really build, but from the perspective, like sometimes people see this fortress Hornburg, the Hornburgs, for example, and the people of Rohan could not explain how this was built. How was this even possible? Or Minas Tirith was the same. How was this built? And they suspected that they had giants that carved this into stone or something. So it's an interesting idea, I think, that exists in Tolkien's world, like, or in mythology in general. When something happens that you can't explain, you need like a supernatural element to explain it in ancient days and so on. Especially if you have now this very technological advanced people of the descendants of the Numenorians, like the Dúnedain, and then you have, let's say, the more simple people who never had a culture that was that far developed, and for them it's maybe hard to believe how this is even possible. The castle of Tol Sirion was built by Finrod Felagund, in my eyes. I can also maybe show it here on the map really briefly. I hope I can. Currently just wondering. So the Sirion is this river here, goes all the way up. And I think, is Tol Sirion here? No, here. This is the island, Tol Sirion. Here it is. It's a first age map of Beleriand, though. That's east of the Blue Mountains. So yeah, we were originally at the question, where did the people get the rings? And then we talked about giants. Wasn't there another question, chat? Have you seen the Japanese trailer for War of the Rohirrim? Yes, I have. I don't know the context of your message. According to the War of Rohirrim, yes. Maybe it was about a snow troll, I think. And Tolkien has amazing law. Yeah, they ignored it, but keep in mind, though, to be fair, that they don't have rights for it. So it's tough. Also, I need to... No, not settings. Studio mode. Who was the tallest elf, though? I also don't know, to be honest. There was the line that Thingol was the tallest of the children of Ilúvatar. Let's see if I can find it. I would suspect it's in the... Silmarillion. Yeah, it's in the Silmarillion, I think. When he was in trance, when he meets Melian, Thingol was once called Elwe. That's his original name. But when Elwe awoke from his long trance, he came forth from Nan Elmos with Melian, and they dwelt thereafter in the woods in the midst of the lands. Greatly though he had desired to see again the light of the trees in the face of Melian, he beheld the light of Aman as in an unclouded mirror, and in that light he was content. His people gathered about him in joy, and they were amazed, for fair and noble as he had been, now he appeared as it were a lord of the Maiar, his hair as grey silver, tallest of the children of Ilúvatar, and a high doom was before him. So there's the mention, that crafty spirit mentioned there. Didn't Gandalf die? When Gandalf fell, didn't he turn into a new version of himself? First, Whiskers, welcome. Also welcome to all the Twitch people. That's a good question. And since I think did I answer the question? I'm not sure, chat, but maybe we can answer this question really quick. Though the quick is always difficult. So yes, Gandalf actually died as an Istari, you could say, because like Gandalf in its original form is like what is called in the lore a Maya. Maya, also I just read this here in a moment ago, are spirit beings. You could compare them to angels. Technically, their spirit is indestructible. They can't really die. And they are complete with a spirit. However, in the lore, these Maya take physical forms, and if they lose this form, they lose also a big part of their power. They won't die when their physical form dies, but it could be that they might not recover from losing that. That could have been the case with Saruman, or later when the One Ring is destroyed for Sauron. And in Gandalf's case, he's also one of these Maya, like all the other wizards. And he went on a very specific mission, and for that he had to take a relatively weak physical form. Tolkien writes about this in the chapter The Istari in Unfinished Tales. For they must be mighty, peers of Sauron. Sauron was also a Maya, but must forgo might and clothe themselves in flesh, as to treat on equality and win the trust of elves and men. But this would imperil them, dimming their wisdom and knowledge and confusing them with fierce cares and wearinesses coming from the flesh. So here Tolkien kind of explains, in this new physical form, they also can get hurt, they can be confused, they don't have their full power, their wisdom is diminished, and their knowledge and so on. They have fears, they have wearinesses, they potentially need to eat, and so on. And this leads to that when Gandalf's physical form dies, he kind of dies. Like, with the loss of his physical form that he took there, he was now in a weird status, losing a lot of his power, basically. But what then happened is that Gandalf's spirit left this place, and hard to tell what his exact path was. He somehow went to the so-called, I assume, it's a bit my interpretation, timeless halls, to Eru, that is God himself. And maybe he went to the halls of Mandos as a step in between, hard to tell. You could argue against this for sure. And however, he went to Eru, and Eru sent him back. But since the halls are kind of timeless, for Gandalf, this process might have taken ages. Or an eternity, who knows? A very long time. Because time is different as the name suggests, the timeless halls, when you're close to God himself. And he was then basically sent back there, got a new physical form that was closer to his original physical form. So basically, since Gandalf was faithful to his task, stirring up or helping the free peoples of Middle-earth to fight Sauron, he was needed there. And in the task fighting a Balrog, which was not his task actually to fight the Balrog, but he was kind of in the way, he needed to be sent back to complete his task by God himself. And in this context, after this, he then became Gandalf the White. And you can even read, I'm not sure if I will find the passage here. There's some difference in his physical form now, which is noted by Thorondir, the great eagle, Gwaihir, the great eagle. Let me just... where is the chapter? Return of the King is too far. The White Rider is here. Rider, the Rohan Frontier. I think it's the White Rider, right? Here it is. I think it's in the... I hope it's is this the right chapter? Lord of the Rings, the chapter... This is a long chapter. The White Rider, yeah, I was right. Can't tell you the page, unfortunately, because I don't have page numbers on my digital version here. Naked I was sent back for a brief time, until my task is done. So he was sent back to complete his task, as said. And naked I lay upon the mountaintop. So he was suddenly naked, because his body was dead, then it vanished, and he was kind of sent there back with a new body. Mountaintop. The tower behind me was crumbled into dust, the window gone. The ruined stair was choked with burned and broken stone from the fight with the Balrog. I was alone, forgotten, without escape upon the hard horn of the world. There I lay, staring upward, while the stars wheeled over, and each day was a long and alive age of the earth. So it's, I guess, kind of describes how when he returned, he was gone for an eternity. I guess his mind was still not fully there. Faint to my ears came the gathered rumor of all lands, the springing and the dying, the song and the weeping, and the slow everlasting groan of overburdened stone. And so, at the last, Gwaihir, that's one of the great eagles, the Wind Lord, found me again, and he took me up and bore me away. Ever am I fated to be your burden, friend at need, I said. And now Gwaihir says something interesting. In the books, the eagles can talk. A burden you have been, he answered, but not so now. Light as a swan's feather, in my claw you are. So he was not on the back as in the films, he was in the claw of the eagle. The sun shines through you. Indeed, I do not think you need me anymore. Were I to let you fall, you would float upon the wind. Do not let me fall, I gasped, for I felt life in me again. Bear me to Lothlorien. So here Gwaihir describes like the new physical form of Gandalf a bit, and yeah, he even says the sun shines through you. So he was more like a spirit being in this kind of form, and he says life came back. So I assume his body formed a bit back as it was more physical before, but at this point he was basically like more like a spirit, an angel, something like that. So this is then the new form. Technically Gandalf, like the spirit of Gandalf, did not die, because it can't. Like Tolkien's world, spirits can't die. Also welcome back, Marley. And oh, great, Gribo is here. That's what you said, hi. Now I understand. Good afternoon, TPG. Yeah, welcome, great Gribo. Nice to see you. We're just discussing the new physical form of Gandalf. And yeah, that's basically it, though. That's how I would interpret this particular section. And not to forget, he was even grumpier. That is true, Mark. I saw a video of someone, of some guys upset that they were short, so they got risky surgery to make them taller. Oh god, that sounds terrifying. I think in India they do this. Oh. I would not do that, to be honest. What's different between walk and wolf? That's also a tough question, to be honest. What wildlife do you imagine in Middle-earth that Tolkien never mentioned? Cave lions, maybe Irish elk? I could imagine that basically everything existed, yeah. I mean, Beorn can transform into a bear, so bears exist. We know there is this, what do you call it? Stag? Like the deer thing, the white deer? I don't know. Something like that for sure. Lions would be interesting, to be honest. I think that lions are usually creatures that are not present in Europe, so as a result, they might be further south. But I could imagine that those are there. He mentioned the elephants, so why not? It could, like, all kinds of creatures could be there. Yeah, the height in the show was also wrong. That's right, but I don't mind too much because it's kind of tough to work around this, I guess, for all the time. And to be fair, the even though he's called Elendil the Tall, it's always like his exact size is in Unfinished Tales. Maybe they don't even have the rights to portray this correctly. Who knows what veto the Tolkien estate had there or whatever. We can't tell. It's some details. When it comes to this kind of stuff, is always difficult. The extinct Irish elk. Okay, now now we have to think about. I mean, this is a long time before Lord of the Rings, before our world. So in this time, it could not be extinct yet. Heracles killed a lion. That's a good point, though. Lions used to live throughout Europe during the Stone Age in southern and okay, interesting. I expected them to live more south, but I mean, they could have lived more south. Like I just think that if you think Hobbiton is Oxford, I'm not sure if in Oxford lived lions. I don't know though. But to be fair, I'm also like animal questions. I'm out. I have no clue about animals and plants and stuff. Don't ask me. Yeah, the war question. That's an interesting one. Also, would have to look into this. Maybe we need to make it. Maybe I need to meet him. Maybe I need to make a video about walks at some point. Okay, so the source given is a letter 297. It's a very late letter from 1967, 6 years before Tolkien died, roundabout. 297. It's a drafts for letter. Top Tolkien has written some reflections in preparing an answer to a letter from Mr. Rang about investigations into my nomenclature. In the event, only a brief and therefore rather severe reply was sent, but retain these notes. Tolkien has added the date 1967, August 1967. Difference between orc and goblins. I think there's no difference. It's used interchangeably by Tolkien. I think that's the same. Orcs are originated by a chieftain. They are tactical fighters. Well, welcome, Saphir. That's complicated. What's the other source? $990. A. Okay, it's maybe a new... No, it's not a new section of that particular letter. I currently try to find, because the letter is very long to just read through it. And it's even longer. It's like, I think not everything's swollen. Can't find any information in this letter though. I'm searching for the demonic or something. Maybe it's spirit or something. Yeah, spirit could be what I should search for. No, it's also not. Like, what did they find in letter 297 then? I simply can't find anything like searching for words that has to do with walks or wolves or something with Gladden Fields, Scandinavian, shape, Gimli, Rohan, Nazgul, external history, Hobbit, Voluspa, dwarf names. Retrying to scan. So if somebody knows letter 297 really well, maybe you can give me a little help here, because I'm currently not seeing why they mentioned this particular letter in context of walks being possessed by evil spirits. However, there's a new letter from the extended edition of the letters, which came out not so long ago. So we got some additional letter information. It's 290A. From a letter to Gene Wolfe. That's funny. Orc is derived from Anglo-Saxon, a word meaning demon, usually supposed to be derived from the Latin orcus, hell. Interesting, I think this letter was maybe part of the unpublished letter collection. It doesn't matter though. But I doubt this, though the matter is too involved to set out here. Walk is simple. It is an old word for wolf, which also had the sense of an outlaw or hunted criminal. This is its usual sense in surviving texts. I adapted the word, which had a good sound for the meaning, as a name for this particular brand of demonic wolf in the story. So he calls them demonic wolves. note is werch. Werch. I think it must be werch. Hard to say though. Werch. No, I don't get it. Yeah. No, I think it should be werch. Whatever. High German walk. Old Norse varger. Also wolf, especially of legendary kind. So interesting. So in letter 990a, I find the note. 907, 297, I don't find if there's a spirit. What else could he mention there? Like, there's a lot of meaning and nomenclature, so naming stuff in this letter, but I can't find anything that helps me here. Looking like walk or wolf or something like this. Historic. But yeah, a walk is a demonic wolf as Tolkien himself describes it. The other letter is also from the 60s. I didn't tell you when this letter is. My oversight. It's from 66. 7th November 1966. This letter was actually also sent to Gene Wolfe. See note, Chris. Is it? It's in a note. Okay, then I can. Thanks for helping me out there. Yeah, thank you. That's it. You wait. Let me just find the note again. Eorlingas as a device for donation is given to appendix F, from which it follows that the Anglo-Saxon is not only a fertile field, but the sole field in which to look for the origin and meaning of words or names belonging to the speech of the mark, as long as that AS will not be the source of words and names in any other language. And then we have footnote 3. Only major exceptions is Earendil, see below. And then it continues a bit. The Gladden Fields, which contains AS is Anglo-Saxon. Now I get it. Except all the explained survival Hobbit dialect derived from the region, the Vale of the Anduin, to the immediate north of Lorien, where that dialect of the Norsemen developed its particular character, to which may be added that Deachol and Smerchol, and the local names Gladden River and the Gladden Fields, which contains Anglo-Saxon Gladene, I think. I'm not sure where the stress is in this word. Probably messed this up. Gladene. Iris, in my book, supposed to refer to the yellow flag growing in streams and marshes. See, here we had the yellow iris that was mentioned in the other note. Fascinatingly, Tolkien mentioned this again. I mean, he wrote this note, but it's interesting that he, the iris Pseudacorus. I linked you the Wikipedia article a moment ago, when we talked about the other section. Let me link it here in chat again. To which the Glen is usually given at any rate by botanists. Outside this restricted field, reference to Anglo-Saxon is entirely delusionary. And then footnote 4 appears. The word walk used in The Hobbit and in The Lord of the Rings for an evil breed of, in brackets, demonic wolf is not supposed to be Anglo-Saxon specifically, and is given primarily Germanic form as representing the noun common to the Norsemen of these creatures. The noun common to the Norsemen of these creatures. That's how the sentence works. It seems to have caught on. It appears in Orbit 2, page 119, not as a word in a strange country, but in an official communication from Earth to a space explorer. The story is by the reader of The Lord of the Rings. So yeah, here he mentions the demonic wolf again. So walks also are demonic wolves. This seems to be very similar then to the werewolf. So I'm not sure if, let me just see if this article here maybe has a separate article about werewolves. So werewolves were servants of Sauron, fell beasts, wolves inhabited by dreadful spirits that Sauron had imprisoned in their bodies. Quote for this is the Silmarillion of Beren and Luthien, as we all know, of course. Is there a page number? Beren and Luthien, that's potentially the easiest to find. Spirit. Okay, here is the text. Therefore an army was sent against him under the command of Sauron, and Sauron brought werewolves, fell beasts inhabited by dreadful spirits that he had imprisoned in their bodies. Quote from the Silmarillion in the chapter of Beren and Luthien. So in this context, they seem very similar, to be honest. So what could be the difference here? In the werewolf context, he doesn't call them demonic wolves. Also, just for clarification, with the classic werewolf, a meaning is were is basically another word for man. It's a man wolf. So it doesn't necessarily mean a wolf that changes into a man that changes into a wolf when there's full moon or something. It means more like it's like a mixture between man and wolf kind of thing. And it is, yeah, as Tolkien here notes, fell beasts, like fell wolf-like beasts maybe, inhabited by dreadful spirits, whatever those spirits once were, that he had imprisoned in their bodies. So in a way, potentially Sauron as a necromancer took these spirits and put them in there. With the walks, he calls them demonic spirits, whatever that means, in the latter. It's a bit difficult, in my opinion, to really differentiate those two, if I'm completely honest with you. Let's take letter 290 because it's shorter and easier to find. We don't have to look into the footnote. 290A, to be precise. As a name for this particular brand of demonic wolf in the story. So I'm not sure, Chat, how you would interpret this. Unfortunately, I can't give you a really awesome answer. What's the exact difference between a werewolf and a warg? Could it be the exact same? Maybe the werewolf is the original version of a warg, and then it was developed further. That would be a possibility. Because interestingly, in the Silmarillion, the term warg does not appear. It could be a lesser Maiar. It could also be like, I don't know, some tormented spirits race or whatever. A race is maybe a too specific case, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely a complicated topic in this regard. Let me just check what you people think. They disappeared in the morning. Were they werewolves? Maybe. I don't think so. Bjorn had warg pelts, so it didn't work. That's an interesting point. And ere long, the evil creatures came even to Beleriand over the Pacific Mountains up from the south through the dark forest. Wolves they were, or creatures that walked in wolf shapes. Interesting. It could be the same. It could be that wargs are like werewolves 2.0, like a further development of werewolves. That's how I would personally see it. It seems for both. What I could imagine is because he describes them as fell beasts, and there was like a spirit, a dreadful spirit imprisoned. And for the wargs, it's like more like a demonic thing going on, like a demonic spirit or something that, as Tolkien describes in the letter, he just says it's a demonic wolf in this particular footnote. Of demonic wolves is not supposed. Just a demonic wolf, though I'm not sure. Hard to tell. There might be a difference. Like, the one could be like that it was just, I don't know, was a demon spirit trapped inside it. Maybe you can read it like this. Yeah. Was it a demon taking the shape of some lesser demon or spirit entity taking the shape of a wolf? Hard to tell. Yeah, wargs and werewolves separately. That's true, actually. So I guess they are separate creatures. I would say, though, that the line to differentiate for us, as readers, between a warg and a werewolf is not that sharp. So it's difficult to tell, well, a werewolf has to have these properties and this background, like one is possessed by a demon, one is possessed by maybe a human spirit or something that was tormented and brought under the dominion or domination, under the will of Sauron, basically. Maybe that's the difference. I don't really know, to be honest. Like, I would like to give you a really good answer to this. I could just imagine that there's a difference, but maybe, like I said, the warg is a further development of a werewolf. Werewolves don't shape-shift into human at night. So, yeah, that's right. Lions are cats. So yeah, it's an interesting question. I can't give you though a very like these are the quotes we have for the spirit part of them, which seems both of them have. In the Grey Annals, it is told that creatures that walked in wolf shapes entered Beleriand early on. Yeah, that's interesting. So there was a spirit possessing a fell beast, whatever that means. Like fell beast is just a description. It's not a. Usually we call the Nazgul ringed steeds also fell beasts, but it's just a description in this case as well. And maybe they have some kind of power over shaping their form, it seems, because creatures that walked in wolf shapes sounds like it, that they could have had different shapes. I don't know. I studied biology in my minor, okay. Like, I have no idea about the details of this. All I can say is both were possessed by some kind of spirit. That seems to be similar for both. If there was like a difference or so, really hard to tell. I'm not aware of like a quote currently that I could say, yeah, here in letter something Tolkien wrote, he used it interchangeably, or this is a further development step or whatever. I think there's not really a definitive answer. Gandalf, there is no difference between walk and wolves. You only said that for alliteration. Shut up, fool of a took. Maya could transform into werewolf. That's true. Sauron himself also formed into like a great wolf. Then there was Drauglin, the first werewolf, and we have Karcharos, the greatest. Bred from wolves, inhabited with an evil spirit, imprisoned by Sauron. Drauglin was the sire of all werewolves of Beleriand and dwelt with his master in Tol in Gaurhoth. The former watchtower of Finrod Felagund was the conqueror. He was slain by Huan. Yeah, we know that story. Interesting, but not more is knowing here. Braugluin means blue wolf, by the way. Spielcap, thanks for the question. Who knows? Next question. Oh man, do Balrogs have wings if they transform into werewolves? No. The Vox, the Fellowship had somewhat similar deaths to Feanor. I was involved and no body was left behind. Interesting. Maybe that has to do with a fire interaction though. Yeah, Pippin did not ask to dare the difference. That would have helped us tremendously, though. So yeah, the other quote that was here also in chat is from War of the Jewels, the Grey Annals. War of the Jewels chat. I think it is. That didn't work. And ere long in the year 1330, according to the annals that were made in Dorias, the evil creatures came even to Beleriand over passes in the mountains or up front the south through the dark forests. Wolves there were, and creatures that walked in wolf shapes and other fell beings of shadow. Among these were the LotR, indeed. There's still a different name here. There were fell beasts, said they, in the land east of the mountains, and the dark elves that dwell there, your ancient kindred, are flying from the plains to the hills. It's a very early version, though, of the text, I think. Not sure when this was written. I mean, it's a Grey Annals, so what do I expect? It's an old version of it from, yeah, the history of the Annals of Beleriand began about 1930. I'm not sure where these texts are dated from. Second version of both annals were composed in the later 1930s, so it's very ancient. This was written before Lord of the Rings was even out, potentially before the release of The Hobbit. Keep this in mind. Tolkien's mentions of vampire bats is odd since the narrative they are native to Central America. I mean, in theory, he knows bats, and there is, I think, at Tolkien's time, always the idea. I don't know when the myth of the vampire evolved. It seems from Southeast Europe. It seems that the blood drinking of vampires has to do with that blood is considered the essence of life in the body, and this is how this formed. I think somewhere in ancient time, or a long time before. Interestingly, the blood sucking though was not originally part of this myth. more important is that they leave the grave. Interesting. I never looked too deep into this. I think this kind of combines. The question is, yeah, I think that the connection to the bed, though, I think that's a more modern myth, definitely. Now, to be fair, it's definitely from South America, this myth then, but the question is how it came. I mean, potentially there were stories from the colonization times and so on. They went from there to Europe and then kind of mixed with the vampire mythology. I would assume that's how it connected. I love the random biology facts flying through chat. Orcs are lame, not being able to roar. Could Barahere's ring considered a ring of power? It had the power to save Beren's life 3 times in Thingol's Court, entering a Nargothrond, getting Finrod on the team and later sacrificing himself. Maybe. But not in the classic sense. So are potatoes. Yeah, that's true. Tolkien also mentions the potato thing, then it was omitted again. Stuff like this. We have tobacco, which is also from there. So Tolkien included some stuff from distant things, I guess. Though to be fair, like okay, he's a vampire, but it can transform into a bat. Oh no, it's not a vampire, but the bat is called vampire. But is it ever mentioned that the Tolkien vampires suck blood? I think it's not really, though. It's an interesting mixture, or the addition of vampires and werewolves in Tolkien's story. Like it feels so off to Tolkien's world if you consider like the modern story context or pop cultural context of werewolves and vampires we have today. But it's definitely strange. Where Ocelot? And we are leaving the classical lore territory quite a bit with this. That's all I can tell you in this context, chat. I wish there would be more. The vampire myth we know of has been formed in the 19th century. Before that were different undead creatures. Do you think the Dark Land became inhabited by men in the Third Age? Hard to tell. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't... Possible, I guess. On the other side, it seems outside of the Numenorians, there are not that many strong seafaring nations to migrate there. I think that would be needed. The other seafaring nations would be like the elves or something. But I think they don't go to the Darklands, so I don't know. How did orcs of Grishnak's party cross the Anduin? They took the bridge. I don't know. That's a good question, but... Can you elaborate? Do you have a theory, Crafty Spirit? The Nazgul carried them over, okay. I couldn't tell you any of those. Like, currently, there ring no bells in my head when it comes to this question. I find it hard to believe, but the source was Tolkien Untangled. Trust him. I would also trust Tolkien Untangled. He knows his stuff, but... It's an obscure note I currently can't think of. Assuming the content was still intact after the downfall of Numenor, yeah, of course. We only know it was uninhabited in the Second Age. That is true, I guess. But still, you need a seafaring nation getting there then and inhabit it. We can I'm not sure if we find anything if we look into this further. Let me see what I can find. I would assume like the text in like that's from my feeling. I could imagine it's the what's it called? The Lord of the Rings, A Reader's Companion. I could imagine that something is there. Currently reading a bit through the through the stuff here. How did they cross the Anduin? So here we have Grishnak having crossed Isengard. Isengarders capture Gollum and torment him for news. Escapes after revealing that hobbits of the Shire were with Gandalf, and enough is said to make Ugluk certain that Ring was with the company. Ugluk sends news to Isengard of hobbits, but not of the Ring. 26th of January, Grishnak, having crossed Anduin near Rapids, comes up west and intercepts Ugluk's messenger and learns their news. He retreats and makes contact with Nazgul near San Gebir and awaits orders. Nazgul, down the Nazgul. The orcs dismayed, but Grishnak crosses Anduin and daringly pushes down west shore in pursuit. He believes Koi. He makes for Minas Tirith. Grishnak and Ugluk meet with Western Emin Muil. They go in search for the Koi. They cannot penetrate Lorien, but lurk outside. An interesting detail here that they capture Gollum. Koi is company. I also mentioned the appearance of Gollum. Oh, Captain Ugluk sets out for Mordor. That's kind of wild. I need more research that I can do here live on stream. Okay, I think I found though the quote here. So in the chapter the Urukai, according to scheme, there was a Grishnak again. February 27th, Grishnak reaches Sarngebir. Another Nazgul has arrived with advice. He is to pursue Ugluk, that's the orc captain of Saruman. Nazgul sets his orcs across the river, it says here. Yeah, that's a quote for that. There's a space missing, unfortunately, but yeah. Yeah, it's true that the common man could be inspired, but if they dare to go so far out to the Darklands, hard to tell. What do you make out of this quote, though? What does this mean? The Nazgul sets his orc across the river. What do you think this could mean? Keep in mind this is a note by Tolkien, not part of the publicational stuff. I mean, yeah, technically it's for sure possible, but you have to consider, like, going there and checking out is different from migrating a complete folk there to live, to populate it. That's kind of a thing here. Could this also just means he commands them, he sends them to the other side? Isn't this a possible translation? Or could this also, from like a native speaker perspective, could this mean the Nazgul basically sent his orcs to the across the river instead of he takes them and sets them there? You know what I mean? I think I would not understand that the Nazgul, like in the previous texts that we gotten from these sections here in the Reader's Companion. Also, welcome Ute, nice to see you. In the Reader's Companion, it seems he crossed the river multiple times already before the Nazgul did. So it seems strange that here the Nazgul has to do something. Also welcome. And let's currently try to look in English dictionaries what meanings the word set. Now, one meaning is to get something ready so that it comes into operation and can be used. I think that is what Tolkien means here, to be honest. I find it also hard to believe that it means that the Nazgul, I don't know, flew them over one by one. That sounds stupid. I don't think so, that's the case. I think what it means is go there, do something, over the river. yeah, the Reader's Companion is a really nice book to have. There's some very interesting notes that Tolkien wrote about Lord of the Rings in it. I can definitely recommend it. There's some Tolkien quotes in there that only exist in this book and nowhere else, because they have access to this whole Marquee, the MSS sources. Marquette, not Marquee. Has an interesting note. In an early note, Tolkien worked out that orcs usually pace in a steady 4 miles per hour. They can keep this up for 5 hours, but then need 1 hour rest. They can thus cover, at need, 4 times 20, 80 miles per diem per day, and can do this for 5 days, and then need long rest. So in 5 days, they can cover 400 miles, but must then rest. That's actually quite a bit in 5 days, 400 miles. That sounds a lot. At need for short period, they can trot from 6 miles per hour for about 50 miles. Wow. Isengarders would go a little faster and need only half an hour rest. Interesting quote here. Why didn't the Fellowship use the eagles to just kidding, okay. Did Gondor have direct reference contact with the Cinder in the third area? Curious about history, education then, and so on. Hard to tell, to be honest. I think in theory they could. But I can't really think of a direct quote for that. It seems like the elves were pretty isolated at this time and relatively far away from Gondor, so probably not. Maybe in some rare cases, so I could imagine, yeah, maybe there was some wandering here and there for sure. But yeah, I don't know, chat, unfortunately. Carry each other can double the weight. I would like to think that crossing the Anduin was deadly and the Nazgul was there to force them to take the swim because they feared him more than drowning. I don't believe that, but that's fun image. Yeah. I also think that could be the case. It could also, I mean, in theory, you could argue the Witch King had some cold control where he froze a river or something, then they could cross it. If we go into the supernatural stuff here. Let's not go into this territory. Maybe the Karen Wynn Fonsets were conservative. Hard to tell how much the land masses changed. Keep in mind, though, that what she did is taking the sources she had at her time, using them to make those maps, and she did a fantastic job. Unfortunately, she had not all the sources available to her at this time yet. As a result, some stuff is difficult. But yeah, it could be too conservative for sure. I mean, it's not easy to interpret, to kind of foresee how much the landmasses might have changed after an event like that. Like, we don't have like a real world equivalent to that. Sound of the ringways in flight. High shrill shriek. Tom Shippey suggests that it was coming back from a fruitless wait of Grishnak and orcs. Dead and burned same day with the smoke from his burning, seen by the watchful eyes. It's a good suggestion by Tom Shippey. No, the departure of Boromir. That's an interesting one. By some means, the traitor Saruman has had news of our journey. Pursuers from Moria may have escaped the village of Lorien. The vigilance of the vigilance of Morian. There's a scheme for it, gives a detailed account of events since the company escaped from Moria. 15th of January, Moria orcs pursue the company over the Silverload, driven off by elf messengers. It's very interesting in this regard, this particular section here. What I find, though, very fascinating now reading this, even though it has nothing to do with the question, is something I had not really in my mind. But it seems in this note that Gollum was actually captured there. Isengarders capture Gollum and torment him for news. Did you, like chat, did you have ever in mind that the orcs captured Gollum for some time? And then Gollum escaped from them? I never thought about this way. Or is there a mention of this in the book as well? Let us look into the chapter. S is for Sauron, said Gimli. That is easy to read. Nice, said Legolas. Sauron does not use the elf runes. Neither does he use his right name. Here's, by the way, the quote that they would not call him Sauron. Neither does he use his right name, nor permit it to be spelled or spoken, said Aragorn. And he does not use white. The orcs in the service of Barad-dûr use the sign of the red eye. He stood for a moment and thought. S is for Saruman, I guess. He said at length, there is evil afoot in Isengard, Isengard, however pronounced, and the west is no longer safe. It is, as Gandalf feared, by some means the traitor Saruman has had news of our journey. It is likely, too, that he knows of Gandalf's fall. Pursuers from Moria may have escaped the vigilance of Lorien, or they may have avoided that land and come to Isengard by other paths. Orcs travel fast, but Saruman has many ways of learning news. Do you remember the birds? We will have no time to ponder riddles, said Gimli. Let us bear Boromir away. But after that we must guess riddles if we are to choose our course rightly, answered Aragorn. Maybe there is no right choice, said Gimli. Anyways, I got to go. Have a great stream until next time. Yeah, thank you, Mark, for joining. I've also a fantastic rest of the evening, or a good night, a good sleep, because it's already late in Germany. And thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream, even though we kind of look very deeply into some weird lore topics. Is there any specific information on how the Druidine, the objectively best Edain, lived in Numenor, and how they escaped the island before its destruction? I think kind of. This is night we may travel the deeper places of Middle-earth, which with Chris is our guide. Well, sometimes I also don't know the way, though. Pell-tailed beast. On Crafty Spirit, no, Chris, I'm also surprised by this encounter between Gollum and Ugluk. Yeah, it's a very interesting one, isn't it? I should definitely... You know what? That's actually so interesting that I should put it into my lore notes. Because that's really an unusual comment, I would say. In the dark there are no ways, you move or stand still. Very interesting. When I first time watched the movies, I thought some of the Nazgul became Felbeats. Interesting. I think I never thought that myself, but I can see why, I think. Because suddenly they have beasts. So, to be honest, when I think about the films, I always have the extended edition in mind, where you see the Witch King on... Now, I'm not even sure if you see the Witch King on the Felbeast before. We have to watch the film soon, by the way, chat. The plan is to start, like there was a expression, or the wish was expressed in chat to watch The Lord of the Rings, make a watch party, but this time start in chronological order. So we start with The Hobbit 1, 2, and 3 in, I don't know, November, and then we watch until Christmas the Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3. He has a watch party as in the live stream. Of course, I can't stream the films, just saying it's like the watch parties we had previously. I just give you the timer, and you have to synchronize your version of the film. That would be a good opportunity to look out for how this works. But yeah, we do this every year, I guess, so I'm not the only channel doing this, to be honest, so you might get sick of watching the films 10 times with like some weird streamer. But yes. That is planned. Something I have been wondering, also welcome, for a while, is how Gandalf was able to kill the Balrog. From my understanding, the Balrog came to Middle-earth at its full strength, but Gandalf came in a weak state. Yeah, that's a good point. We discussed basically the question, how did Gandalf die and what did change some moments ago. Also, I have my Twitch chat not on my eye. That's a good question. Did we complete the question of that Crafty Spirit had? I think we did, basically. It's a very surprising quote, but I think what Tolkien means is he commands them to cross the river. Coming to your question, that's a good question, actually. I could imagine that Gandalf, in a way, could for a short moment access more of his powers than he usually could. Because here, when he fought the Balrog, he was still in Istari, so he still had his perils, but he did not need to hide his power there versus the Balrog, because no one other was around, and in this context, the Gandalf could just, I wouldn't say go all out. He was still powerful. He also fought 1v4, I think, or 1v5 against the Nazgul. So that was also, I think, no, he just lured, it was 1v9 even, because he lured only 4 away and the other went to Weathertop. That's why there are only 5 Nazgul attacking Frodo there, and the others. But yeah, in this state, I could imagine he could say, okay, I don't need to hide my full power. It's a Balrog. It's an enemy of Morgoth, as Legolas would say, and he's like an ancient enemy. What I'm doing here is not part of my mission. I kind of stumbled upon this dude, and I have to try to fight him here. So I could imagine that this is the case. We just had this quote in Lord of the Rings. Let me just try to find I think he explains this a bit in the section, The White Rider. We can maybe read a bit into it again. Also, like Gandalf had the ring Narya with him, and he had the sword Glamdring. And Glamdring is, according to the Hobbit, let me just see. It's called the Hobbit. This Thorin, the rune's name Orcrist, the goblin cleaver, in the ancient tongue of Gondolin. It was a famous blade. This Gandalf was Glamdring, Foehammer, that the king of Gondolin once wore, which would be, the king of Gondolin was, of course, Turgon, and, yeah, it seems Gandalf had, like, a Gondolin sword, and the like, in the fall of Gondolin, they had to fight against the Balrog as well, so you could assume that these swords were so powerful that they were also able to actually withstand battle with a Balrog. Something like that is kind of my headcanon here. And as a result, maybe we can here have some, do I have some image stuff of that? Yeah, I have some images. It is, I think, in the second film, though. Let me see if I find some screenshots. We don't have to stare always on the same. Found it. I think that's, yeah, that's from the Two Towers. Second film. Yeah, that sword and ring came to it, and let me just read through this. Maybe this gives us some answers, because I also don't remember everything by word. Deep Abyss, but just currently curious. Oh, there it is. Name him not, said Gandalf, and for a moment it seemed that a cloud of pain passed over his face, and he sat silent, looking old as death. Long time I fell, he said, at last slowly, as if thinking back with difficulty. Long I fell, and he fell with me, the Balrog. His fire was about me. I was burned. Then we plunged into the deep water, and all was dark. Cold it was as the tide of death. Almost it froze my heart. Deep is the abyss that is spanned by Durin's bridge, and none has measured it, said Gimli. Yet it has a bottom beyond light and knowledge, said Gandalf. Thither I came, at last to the uttermost foundations of stone. He was with me still. His fire was quenched, but now he was a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake. We fought far under the living earth, where time is not counted. Ever he clutched me, and ever I hewed him, till at last he fled into dark tunnels. They were not made by Durin's folk, Gimli son of Gloin. Far below the deepest delvings of the dwarfs the world is gnawed by nameless things. Even Sauron knows them not. They are older than he. Now I have walked there, but I will bring no report to darken the light of day. In that despair my enemy was my only hope, and I pursued him, clutching at his heel. Thus he brought me back at the last to the secret ways of Khazad-dûm. Too well he knew them all. Ever up now we went, until we came to the endless stair. Long has that been lost, said Gimli. Many have said that it was never made, save in legend, but others say that it was destroyed. It was made, and it had not been destroyed, said Gandalf. From the lowest dungeon to the highest peak it climbed, ascending in unbroken spiral in many thousand steps, until it issued at last in Durin's tower, carved in the living rocks of Zirak-Zigil, the pinnacle of the Silvertine. There upon Celebdil was a lonely window in the snow, and before it lay a narrow space, a dizzy, eerie above the mists of the world. The sun shone fiercely there, but all below was wrapped in cloud. Out he sprang, and even as I came behind, he burst into new flame. There was none to see, or perhaps in after ages songs would still be sung of the Battle of the Peak. Suddenly Gandalf laughed. But what would they say in song? Those that looked up from afar thought that the mountain was crowned with storm. Thunder they heard. Here we have the lightning. And lightning, they said, smote upon Celebdil and leaped back, broken into tongues of fire. Is that not enough? A great smoke rose about us, vapor and steam, ice fell like rain. I threw down my enemy, and he fell from the high place, and broke the mountain side, where he smote it in its ruin. Then darkness took me, and I strayed out of thought and time, and I wandered far on roads that I will not tell. So that's basically what the book describes this whole fight. Then next section we have how he awakes, but it's a very interesting what he's writing. So it seems he talks about how people would, if this battle would be sung later in like song or whatever, like it is kind of tradition and mythology in a way. What would they say? And it would say it was, I don't know, crowned with storm, thunder they heard. So here in the screenshot you also see Gandalf shooting basically lightning at the Balrog, which is very interesting if you compare like Manwë to Zeus, for example, and Gandalf is like a servant of Manwë later, and Zeus was also the guy throwing the lightning, even though I'm not sure if Manwë was like somebody who, I mean, there could be a reference for that, but it's not that important. I just found an interesting detail here. How do you lose a giant staircase? I don't know. It was in some weird tunnel, and then they forgot which tunnel it was, and then it got collapsed or something, and it was gone. And they didn't have the entrance anymore. I think something like that. Whatever. Coming back to the lightning, so he mentions like, thunder and lightning. Smote upon Celebdil and leaped back, broken into tongues of fire. So it seems like it hit him. Tongues of fire were on the ground. The Balrog started burning again, which maybe caused the smoke. And a great smoke rose about us, vapor and steam because of the fire and melting ice stuff, I guess. Ice felt like rain because of the melting process due to the heat maybe. of the Balrog, who knows. And then somehow Gandalf managed to throw down his enemy, and the Balrog again, like that's also an argument against them being able at least to fly. He fell down again from the high place and broke the mountainside, where he smote it in his ruin. So Gandalf kind of fought with him over days, you have to also imagine. And then on top there was a final showdown between these powerful entities. And with the help of the ring and the sword and lightning, it seems, maybe the Balrog had to get close, and Gandalf decided to shoot lightning stuff at him, basically range attacks, so he does not get burned or whatever. He managed to... we can also later read in the later section down here, if we read all of this. Wait, let me just see. The tower behind was crumbled into dust, the window gone, the ruined stair was choked with burned and broken stone. So in this conflict, like, the stone broke and was burned and so on. So there was quite a heavy fight there that also wounded Gandalf so much, or cost Gandalf so much, that in the end he also died, like his physical form died. And he managed to somehow, maybe removing stones, making the ground not stable or whatever, he somehow managed with everything he had to basically kick the Balrog off the... also welcome Travis. Kick the Balrog down the mountain, and then he fell and died. I think that is how Gandalf managed to kill him. And in the end, Gandalf died as well. A lot of talking here. Makes you thirsty. There's also a good quote regarding the last question about this, the Nazgul bringing the orcs over to the other side, or commanding them. One moment, chat. I'm gonna search something. Oh, almost kicked down my atlas. But yeah, there's a mention of driftwood. That's an interesting one. I'll try to find this in a moment, but you have to search for a map really quick. So yeah, this, where's my program here? Sarngebir. We talked about, we heard this in this text here several moments ago. Where's the third age here? So Sarngebir would be somewhere here, right? Maybe a bit more north, something like that though. Somewhere here. Just in case. And yeah, the quote from Bewites 25. Do you know from where the quote is? Is this also from the guide? Or is this a note from Unfinished Tales? Can't currently 100% tell. Yeah, I found it. Unfinished Tales, The Hunt for the Ring. According to Aragorn, Gollum was taken at nightfall February 1st, hoping to escape detection of any of Sauron's spies. He drove Gollum through the north end of Emin Muil and crossed Anduin just above Sarngebir. Driftwood was often cast there on the shoals by the east shore, and binding Gollum to a log, he swam across with him and continued his journey north by tracks as westerly as he could find through the skirts of Van Gordon and so over the Limelight, then over Nimrodel and Silver Lode through the eaves of Lorien, and then on, avoiding Moria and Dimril Dale over Gladden until he came to the Carrock. There he crossed the Anduin again with the help of the Beornings and passed into the forest. So a complicated way for Aragorn, actually, to get over this river. Unfinished Tales, yeah, I found it, thank you. Very interesting. This is the hunt for Gollum. This is before Lord of the Rings starts, though. But interesting that Sarngebir is always like a very important place here in this context. Yeah, I don't know. Feels the question adequately answered? I know it was like a long answer, and I had to read a lot of text for it. So I hope that was kind of useful. Because, yeah, it is really surprising that even in his weakened form, Gandalf was able to defeat the Balrog, who has his full power, basically as a warrior. But it also shows Gandalf was also very powerful for once. And then he, with Glamdring and his ring and so on, he had potentially a very good situation. And also it cost him his life as well in the end. Gandalf could maybe make use of certain elements here. Funny how Aragorn was able to swim across the Anduin when Isildur died trying. Aragorn was smart and used a log, though, to swim on it. So I find this interesting as a detail. Imagine climbing all those steps out of breath. Yeah, that is true. If Free League is able to sell its map of Moria as a separate item from the game expansion, I would recommend purchasing it. Sounds about right. Yeah, it seems it's possible to swim through there. Wasn't there another question somewhere, chat? It's like just surviving the fall for Gandalf seems like, even though he was capable of, his body was capable of dying, I think it was still more stable than he looked, or more powerful than he looked, especially in a situation like this. Okay, I forgot what were the questions. There was something in the chat popping up. Or maybe I also understood the quote wrong, chat. Possible that I just... In binding Gollum to a log, he swam across with him. Continued. Yeah, maybe he swam. I'm not sure. It would make sense that he also used the log when Driftwood is mentioned. So maybe he tied him to the log and swam, you know, pulling the log or pushing it or whatever. You know what I mean? Gandalf also mentioned he was already extra tried before fighting the Balrog. Yeah, that is true. Or extra tired. Yeah, there was this whole chasing in Moria going on and so on. He almost got destroyed, as he says, with this... He had this magical lock or whatever he did to close the door or whatever, and the Balrog burst it open. He mentioned a word of power or word of command, something like that, I think. Yeah, it's a good question. Why didn't he jump from the top of Orthanc then? Maybe it has also to do with the water down there. He fell into the water. Maybe that kind of made it possible, even though we know that if you fall 50 meters or something, you most likely die from it almost. I think at 50 meters you break your legs or something already. But I'm not an expert on how hard water is if you fall down. That's what I wanted to read. Travis wrote, hey Chris, your white silhouette outline reminds me of director Alfred Hitchcock's logo for his TV series from the 1960s. Interestingly, this was definitely the inspiration for the idea of the silhouette. But, yeah, very funny that it reminds you, that the silhouette reminds you of that as a result. So, well noticed, though. I think the silhouette I used... a statue, the profile picture of a statue, like a picture from the side of a statue of, I think, Aristoteles or Socrates, one of those. Minus the beard, I guess. Yeah, he fought the Balrog for days. Like, the whole... I fell down... I forgot how long it took. Like, it's actually several weeks, I think. It's my mind, it's 20 days or something like that. 4 days and nights? Maybe it's also... Maybe it's only 4. Maybe it's just almost a week, I forgot. Yeah, on the peak, they fought for 3 days and 2 nights, from the 23rd to the 25th. But I think the on the 25th, the Balrog is slain. So on the 15th, the Fellowship is in the Chamber of Mazabul. Then the attack of the Orc, Gandalf destroys the bridge. That happens on the 15th of January, and the Balrog dies, or Gandalf casts down the Balrog at the 25th. So the total battle takes 10 days, but the battle on the peak is, I think, 4 days, something like that. Also, welcome, Adam. It already been brought up, but where do you stand on elves having definitive pointy ears? I think there are some notes where it's stated. Yeah, there are several quotes for that, for the pointy ears for elves. Luckily, I have lore notes. Pointy, no. It's also wrong. So yeah, The Lost Road and Other Writings, for example, has like an interesting note on that's the History of Middle Earth book number 5 has a note on etymology, and it's about the element las, like in lasse for leaf. Some think this is related to the text and lasse ear. So lasse can also mean, like lasse can mean leaf, it can also mean ear. And the Quendian ears were more pointed and leaf-shaped than human ears, basically. And then there's another letter number 27 from 1938. I don't know if I have a good ear screenshot for just for production sake. Let me just change the screenshot. Legolas. It's maybe a good example. Yeah, I found one, but it's now gone. We see it a little bit here. the best one I could find where we can see the ear. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's letter from, like I said, letter number 27. That's wrong. Letter 27. Oh. 27. And it says, it's about hobbits actually. I picture fairly human figure, not a kind of fairy rabbit as some British reviewers seem to fancy. Fattish in the stomach, shortish in the leg. A round, jovial face, ears only slightly pointed, and elvish. Hair short and curling brown. The feet from ankles down covered with brown hairy fur. That's how Tolkien describes the Hobbit. And what is important in this note from this early point is that, they have ears only slightly pointed. Not as strongly pointed as maybe others, but slightly pointed, and as a result, elvish. And this implies that elvish ears are also pointed. So I think that's a definitive. Elvish ears are definitely pointy. I hope that answers the question. Though we discussed this question like in previous streams already, but of course nobody here can have seen and remember all the streams we did here, so I sometimes have to answer the question. Here's another one, and Callaghan the Black was not the size of a mountain. Maybe not. It depends on the mountain. It's a bit different. It comes down to interpretation when it comes to Callaghan's size. Before the rising of the sun, Eärendil slew Callaghan the Black, the mightiest of the dragon host, and cast him from the sky. He fell upon the towers of Sangorodrim, and they were broken in his ruin. And the towers of Sangorodrim were 3 volcanic mountains, basically. It's not explained how big they were, how they were formed. They could be more like very steep towers, like not massive mountains like it was. They were also kind of volcanic, I think, because smoke came out of top of them and so on. So yeah, there's some detail here, but you can read this. Like he had enough. He need to be big enough and had enough force falling down to kind of break these mountains in a way. No, yeah, the ears is not a Peter Jackson invention, that is true. Are there other pictures? Not that I know, to be honest. Funny enough, you can't see the ears in this picture, which is funny. But yeah, for people who want to know how Tolkien made this, I just tried to find a picture. Tolkien Gauge were usually a good source for stuff like that. It's not that detailed, but it's like a classical Tolkien illustration. Thanks for going into the details. How you can cross the Anduin. That note about the Nazgul setting his orcs across the river really confused me. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, it sounds a bit strange, to be honest. Yeah, that's the counter spell unlocking the door, stuff like that. I love the pointed shoes. Yes. I mean, there could be others by Tolkien. Unfortunately, like I said, I don't really know. Unfortunately, what illustrations there exist. It would be cool to have. I mean, there's an image of Taniquetil. There's a book called Pictures by Tolkien Artist and Illustrator. There are some interesting books about this as well. If you lack mass and what maximum force you increase speed, yes. But there is something like a maximum speed for fall damage. Not leveled the mountains. Yeah, that is of course true as well, that it did not level the mountains, but it still had to be big enough to hit all 3 mountains at once, or just fall through all of them. I don't know. I think though you can, like, it does not have to be as big as all the 3 mountains together to break all the towers for sure, but it still had to be big in my opinion. Speed referred to Vingilote, not to Fallen Calagon. Okay, I see. I mean, that's part of the mythology. Like, somehow he managed to do this. He also had help by the great eagles, to be fair. Legolas' eye color changes with the season. Okay, chat. I have to admit, I'm slowly running out of steam here, chat. Why was it hollow? Because of the gnawing thing, the nameless things that gnaw at the mountain. Also too high to not be found, because he awaits the return of his master. For sure, it's kind of mythology in a way. It sounds pretty cool. It sounds pretty cool. It doesn't say, like, we have to read it again, I think. It just says he broke the mountainside where he smote it in his ruin. That doesn't mean he destroyed the complete mountain, just the small the area where he hit the mountain. He broke a little bit. That doesn't mean like the whole mountain is broken. Also, this description sounds pretty epic in my opinion. Every Vala. There are not that many. But we had Manwe, we had Varda, we had Ulmo, we had Nienna, we had Mandos, Irmo, we had Aule, Orome, Tulkas. We need to come, that are 9, I think. We need to come to 14, right? And now come the difficult names that I never can memorize. Este, the healing one. I think 2 start with a V, and I can't remember their names. One is the Weaver. The other is either the Ever Young or the Dancer. And then there's another one. And then I forgot some Yavanna, I forgot, by the way, which is important, of course, Yavanna. Yeah, Vaire is one, Vana the other. Like I said, I can't make, and the last one, we have Este. What is her name? Nesse or something like this, right? Nessa, something like this. What story would you like to be filmed in the hunt for Gollum? Like, I definitely want to see how Aragorn swims with Gollum over over to the other side. That sounds funny. But it's interesting, yeah. I kind of like the Thranduil part where he lives there and then has to escape, and then the orcs attack. We had this in the Gollum game, interestingly. Nessa, Vana, Vaire, Este, Nienna, Yavanna, Varda, Tulkas, Irmo, Mandos, Namo. Namo is the actual name. Orome, Aule, Ulmo, Manwe. I think, yeah, I got quite a few, I think. Yeah, Irmo is Lorien. Also, Lorien is the name of it's a place where he dwells, and some, like Mandos or Namo, dwells in Mandos. As a result, Namo is called Mandos because he lives in Mandos. And Irmo lives in Lorien, he's called Lorien as a result. There's some cases of where they got the place name. 2 cases, actually. Irmo. Elmo is the brother of... I think it's the brother of Elwe and Olwe. Thingol and... yeah, it's the brother of Thingol. It was not another name. Like this is, I read this so many times, but it's not another name for him. It's the name when he is a Teleri. Because a Teleri would not have a Sindari name. Celeborn is though a Sindari name. You know what I mean? I'm not even sure if Teleporno is simply the Teledin translation of Celeborn. Would have to look into this, to be honest, because what do I know? But in the Lord of the Rings, he is not a Teledin. It's not a Teleri elf. A Teler. Can't even think this. Celeborn, Sindarin, Caleb Silver. Tall Teleporno is the original Teledin name. Has an identical name. Teleporno, Cinderized as Celeborn. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Kelpe Silver. Teleporno. Always add an E there for whatever reason. Orna Tall. Teleporno. Silver Tall. Yeah, so that's the Quenya form of the name, basically. And I think even more precise, it seems to be like the Teleri in Aman potentially have their own dialect, if you want to call it. But yeah, like I said, in the Lord of the Rings, he is a Sindar elf and not a Teler. So he doesn't need a He would not, like a Sindar elf would not have a Quenya name. Or, I mean, in theory, you could translate a Sindari name into a Quenya name, but that would not be how he would be called. But the point is that in one version, Tolkien wrote the origin story of Celeborn is moved to Aman. And he met basically Galadriel in Aman, and then the Kinslaying came, and then they left on a ship to Middle-earth together. Or left for Middle-earth on a ship together. And then, yeah, his name changed to a Sindar name later. Which is the translation, which is translated, is the translation of the Quenya name, basically. And in The Lord of the Rings, Galadriel and in the Silmarillion, Galadriel meets him in Doriath. Well, not necessarily in Lord of the Rings, but like I said, Lord of the Rings implies that he is also a Sindar elf. Gandalf threatened to burn him alive if he didn't talk. Yeah, I'm also curious how they show that. Yeah, that would be a very interesting scene to see indeed. Oh, the wrong screen here. Also funny, here the screenshot I chose for the thumbnail are the archives in Minas Tirith. And interestingly, the actor who holds the torch is the same actor who plays Círdan at the end. We see him briefly at the beginning, I think, and the end, and that's the same actor, I think. So he's also Círdan, but also the Minas Tirith person for the archives. Russian Lord of the Rings is shown how Gandalf interrogates Gollum like a mobster. I would like to mention a LotR channel that deserves more views. Mike Vannen, narrator is Greek and has a voice that makes you fall asleep. A very positive way, dreamlike. Interesting. Do you think that there are any elves in The Hobbit where it's supposed to be Eladan and Elrohir, Elrond's sons? Well, there was a question at the beginning, actually, about the two persons. We can maybe look into this, though I don't have an answer for it. I don't think so, because they were not invented yet, to my knowledge. I could be wrong. But I don't think anybody in The Hobbit was supposed to be the sons of Elrond, because even Arwen, I think they were invented much later when Tolkien worked on the Lord of the Rings. So from this perspective, no, I don't think so. I mean, in The Hobbit, The Unexpected Journey, the film, you mean? Possible, but no, I couldn't point my hand on it. Maybe there is something, but I don't remember. It's like elves in the background where it would make sense. But I mean, yeah, it's possible. What do I wanted to do? Council of Elrond. Council. Okay, I found I think there was a question much earlier, and I forgot to come back to this. So somebody asked who these two dudes are. I'm not sure if there are even more. We try to find another better screenshot where we see this in full. Aragorn wig. There are even more people. Like it's not just two men left and right. We have the dwarves. We have Gimli. We have, of course, his father, Gloin. I think it's also there. And then we have a bunch of other dudes sitting there. Isn't that interesting? Like in the books, that's not the case though. In the book, only Boromir is there, if I remember correctly, because he had a dream and his brother stays basically at home. He also had the same dream, interestingly, and he goes to here and asks Elrond for advice what this dream could mean. And Gimli is there to report that Nazgul or messengers of Sauron have contacted them searching for a ring, something like that. Legolas is there because he wants to report that Gollum escaped. So yeah, unfortunately, like I said, these people are not there in the book, so I can't really tell you who they are. Is this person there left of this man to the right? Is this an elf already? He looks more elvish, to be honest. I could be wrong. All the other men have a beard, he has none, so that's kind of noticeable. If the elves already start sitting there. So the elves actually sit here. There are even more dudes sitting there. Like they stacked this. Like if you think about all the people sitting there, so there are also 2 men, I assume, sitting left to the dwarves. They don't look like dwarves, to be honest. So there are even more people in the council. Nobody knows who they are, but Peter Jackson has said, yeah, we need more people as a council. Just put them all into it. Maybe that's Eladan and Elro here, when these 2 elves next to Elrond would be a possibility. Big council party and I wasn't invited. Yeah, what was a question about how I like the hunt for the golem? We come to that in a moment. Elder Rangers, yeah, that would make sense that some of them, they're close to, where's Aragorn actually sitting? They're next to Boromir though, but it could be Rangers. I don't know. I would assume that Boromir just brought with him some noblemen of Gondor or so. I don't know. It's interesting to see though, but I can't tell you who they are. Unfortunately, the only person that should be there is Boromir. Then there is Galdor, I think is his name, of the Havens. That was the dude who sent Círdan and so on. Isn't that? There's for sure a list with people who should be there. Council of Elrond. Elrond was there, Gandalf. Frodo Baggins, Bilbo Baggins, Glorfindel was there. Erestor was there. Erestor from the household of Elrond. Aragorn was there, Boromir was there. Glóin was there. Glóin and his son Gimli. Sorry, should maybe conclude this here. Legolas was there. And Galdor of the Havens was there. Message of Círdan. That was the council in the books. So from the elves, we have Erestor, Glorfindel, Galdor. It was different in the films. In the films, Elrond invites those people, basically. Yes, there was the chief council of Elrond made like the dumbest suggestion of them all. Well, somebody has to make the dumb suggestion, though. Yeah, so question about the films. Like, I find this interesting if you set this up right. I mean, I would not expect like an epic story like The Lord of the Rings itself when it comes to Hunt for the Ring or Hunt for Gollum, not Hunt for the Ring. And in this context, though, I still find it interesting what is happening, what different. Like, you have a lot of perspective here. Like, you have the perspective of Sauron, who wants to find Gollum or get him back. You have Aragorn, who has to find him and bring him somewhere. And Gandalf and so on. You potentially have Saruman in some capacity. who's not actively, I guess, searching for it, but also in the story there is an interaction between Grima and Wormtongue and the Nazgul, and that is how the Nazgul then learn about some details that Saruman knows, and so on. Yeah, exactly. In the book he came alone. And yeah, you have the Nazgul on their way, you have Sauron on the other side, different interests. You have Thranduil there, Gandalf, and so on. So we have like a lot of the interesting characters that are very popular are in the story. All you have to do now is to write like an interesting and compelling story that gives you a kind of background, what happened before Lord of the Rings. I think that's, to me at least, interesting enough, but I can definitely see that this will not be like a new epic storyline that we explore. Like there will be no major. Well, you could have some battle in Thranduil's realm because it's attacked by the orcs later. Spoiler, but it's not like an epic war going on there, like in Lord of the Rings. The siege of Hornburg, the siege of Minas Tirith, and so on. Final battle. That's not on that scale, of course, but still, I could see, especially if Gollum is portrayed interestingly. For me, Gollum was always a highlight in the film, so I don't mind. I mean, technically, the Gollum game also tried to portray this, and the story side was not the strongest part there, to be honest. Though, to be fair, it was at least somewhat faithful to the books, in my opinion. And you could definitely see where the ideas were coming from, and they were respectful with the source material, even though the game itself was not great. But they also focused on weird stuff in the story, in my opinion. It later got at least a little bit more interesting, and it was like a stealth platforming game. So from this perspective, there's that. There was also a question about the by Great Grebo, I think, a while ago. Maybe it was also by the Amazing Bad Boy. I forgot who asked the question. No, it was by Amazing Bad Boy about the crafting game. Yeah, it looks very cozy, maybe a bit too cozy for my personal taste. The, what's it called? Tales of the Shire or something like that. To be honest, visually it looks a bit rough. And it potentially looks, for my taste, a bit too boring, if I'm honest. But like you said, if you have maybe children or something, you could definitely try to play along with them. Very curious how this game turns out in the end. If it comes out, I think they moved the release to next year. We might look into it, if nothing other big is getting into my way in this regard. But yeah, it's definitely planned at least. We need a Silmarillion movie. I think we need, or movies. Yeah, we need, I think, a lot of movies for that book to be covered, to be honest. There are rumors that Amazon kind of bought rights for the Silmarillion. But I don't know. Well, if there are a lot of rumors currently going on. First of all, that Amazon bought the rights for it. And that further, Amazon potentially want to buy Middle-earth Enterprises as well. With this, Amazon would have the complete film rights for Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. But I don't know. I would cry. I hope that's not true. Yeah, like I said previously, when it comes to Tolkien, he has the policy, even though he might not like the result, for sure not. He had the policy cash or art or cash in letter 202, I think it was. Art or cash. Letter 202. Stanley Unwin and I, that's John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, have agreed on our policy. art or cash, either very profitable terms indeed, or absolute author's veto on objectionable features and alterations. Written in 57. Tolkien needed quite a bit of money at this time. This is why, like, he would hate these alterations and so on, but as long as they paid, he would say, well, I don't like it, but as long as it's like, if you need money, then you would say, well, I have to kind of turn a blind eye on this. And he would also criticize the stuff heavily, but still it was not out of the thing. And Amazon paid a lot of cash for the rights. Yeah, I like the quote simply because it kind of shows that also Tolkien wanted to make some business here and there, or needed to make. Maybe need is a better word. And that might have also led later into him selling the rights, the film rights for Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. Like, there's for sure a reason. Like, he needed money back in the day, and this was very lucrative for him selling those. And he said, well, you can't make films of this anyway. And then people had to make those stuff frequently for these rights not to kind of go away, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Currently, I have not seen any updates on this rumor stuff, to be honest. Like, I'm always, when it comes to rumors, this is kind of the wrong place. I'm like, I always learn it last, kind of. The art or cash quote. I mean, they got cash and veto, and the Tolkien estate did not veto all the stuff they did in the show. So I don't know. I don't care too much, to be honest, because there will be other Tolkien adaptations from other companies that hopefully are better in some way. I hope that War of the Rohirrim will be nice. I hope that Hunt for Gollum, or whatever it will be called, will be nice. And in the end, the books are not going away, so whatever. I would kind of like to see a classic, or a semi-classic or third-person RPG in Middle-earth. A single-player one, though, because I'm not into these MMO things. That would be cool to get another Lord of the Rings game that's kind of cool. The problem is, I think the show yet again failed to bring back a lot of excitement, I think, to Tolkien. I think it worked a bit better this time. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll settle for the tabletop RPG for now. Yeah. I mean a video game. What I was talking about, though. But yeah, maybe Durin's brother. So chat, it's getting late for me. I'm tired. I've talked for 5 hours non-stop. So the question is there anything left to do, chat? Eventually it will all be public domain, yeah. If the laws, international laws, don't change anytime soon, which I don't think they will because they are ridiculous enough already. I would honestly love a Wars of the Witch King movie set in the Third Age. Yeah, I would agree. I also would like to see that. I would love a really interesting RPG for Middle Earth, BioWare style, old BioWare. Yeah, for sure. Something like that. After getting at least... I got Netherite, yeah, Vaire, and Vana. Though I don't know why I can't memorize it, but it's nothing written about them. It's always a problem. The Fall of Arthedain could certainly work as a film. Yeah, for sure. There are some interesting points in history that you could make a film. You could also... The war against the Corsairs of Umbar and the Haradrim and stuff. The Kinstrife in Gondor, stuff like this. There's a lot of potential, I think, for interesting storylines in Middle-earth if you really want to go for that. Who knows what they will decide to film. I guess it depends a bit on how much budget you have. So yeah, I hope you people enjoyed the stream here, as always. Glad that you were all here. If you haven't pressed the like button, maybe do that now. Would be much appreciated. Leave a comment maybe later. Also appreciate. Watch my old stuff. Also appreciate it. Like everything that has to do with my channel and it's kind of positive, go for it. Yeah, I read your comment, Spielkalb. Yeah, they don't explain anything in the show. That's very unfortunate. You ask, who are the faithful now? Who are the other guys? The Kinstrife is as close as the Third Age gets to Game of Thrones. Yeah, kind of, I guess. Yes, that's true. But yeah, the show is just weird. Let's put it that way. Even though I liked it more than previously, it still did not improve significantly, to say the least. So I don't know if there are any new subscribers. If so, sorry, then I did not include you. For the credits, of course, I mean. So let's fire up the credits for the time. Huge shout outs again to all the supporters here, like getting a membership, supporting the channel, and myself, and so on. Huge thank you for that. Thank you for, of course, pressing the like button, leaving comments, watching my stuff, recommending my channel maybe to others. Always much, much appreciated. I hope I could answer your questions to some degree. I forgot some questions, I'm sorry, but won't be the last lore stream, of course. You can, of course, also, yeah, some people on Twitch, thank you for watching there as well. And thank you for, I know some people always subscribe to my Twitch channel. There, either the English one or the German one, much appreciated there as well. And so on. So, yeah, there's a lot of support going on. I have to update this list because some people already timed out. There were a lot of gifted subs or gifted memberships last month and so on. So, a very long list here. Thank you so much. Keep in mind, only the second tier appears. People who have a tier 2 membership appear in the credits, or for videos it's tier 3. Just to get through confusion here. And yeah, I don't know if anything is left to say. Thank you people for watching. So yeah, now we are back to book content, I guess. I hope you enjoy that as well. If you have, I actually wanted to ask if there's a specific topic I should maybe cover in a video or something. Let me know, maybe in the comments or so, or you have now 20 seconds to do this here in chat. It was really fun. Glad you enjoyed the stream here. Cheers for entertaining for the entertaining background to some very tedious work, Chris. Thanks always. Sleep well. Yeah, thank you, Amazing Bad Boy, for being here to this very early time for you as well. So now it's 5 hours later than when we started, I think. So you should have noon or something right now, right? The Walk Werewolf video. Yeah, that might be actually an interesting topic. I still have to finish some other business that video-wise, that I started. But yeah, some of these videos just take a lot of time and energy, and sometimes I don't have that. There will be some gaming content, of course, and some streaming content as well on the different channels. So if you're into that, check the other channels as well. And yeah, I don't know, chat. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, or a good night, or a nice evening, or have a nice what do you say, lunch break or something? Shepherdzilla, let's say Morgoth sitting in Utumno, some sacrificed some of his sacrificed some in his name. Does he gain anything from it? That's a very good question, but very tough to answer. I'm not sure if he gained something from sacrificing, to be honest. I guess the only thing he would gain is that Morgoth, like if somebody is willing to sacrifice people in the name of Morgoth, you can be very sure that he is so into, like, what he gains is basically that the loyalty of his followers. But I don't think that he gets more powerful through sacrifices. I think that's nothing that Tolkien ever established in his world. Yeah, exactly. The whole point is that they're kind of pointless, except that some people seem to be so loyal to Morgoth that they would actually sacrifice others, and then as a result potentially himself to it. I think that's also a good point, because Morgoth in the end was nihilistic and he wanted to destroy everything, and if he can make the creatures of Eru destroy themselves in his name, I think that's completely fine with the evil mindset of Morgoth, Trapzilla. But it is, I think, not that he like gained something really from it, except there are less enemies to him, and his loyal people who do the sacrifices seem to have enough power for it. Forgive me for grammar, don't worry. But yeah, they basically have to... They are on his side, and once you go there, you can't just leave this path and say, oh no, I did a mistake, I sacrificed people in the name of Morgoth. Now I decide, now I don't know, what do you call it? Penance? Yeah, go into this direction and try to find forgiveness. That's not how it works, basically. It's a pretty serious act you're committing there in the name of Morgoth. Or repent, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. You can't just repent from that and say, oh no, I leave Morgoth. Maybe you could. There's always like a way for that. But it's far more... I would say it would strengthen the bond, obviously, towards Morgoth and against the enemy, and or make these people also stronger foes towards the enemies because they are kind of mad if they do something like that. So yeah, that is, I would kind of answer it like this. I'm not sure if that's a very satisfying answer, but as Crafty Spirit says, yeah, it's kind of the point that it does nothing. And that kind of fits the nihilistic nature of Morgoth in a way. Sit-ins. Well, you're catching. First of all, I'm glad that you are here, but it was just a moment ago I said goodbye already and wanted to end the stream. But if you have a short question, feel free to ask. I mean, I was just on my way out. Well, that's a good question, actually. So why was the forbidden pool actually forbidden? I have to actually read it up myself. Wait a moment. Forbidden pool. So the reason for that is less spectacular than you might think. Let me just see if I can find a better quote for that. There's like an explanation. I could just read you the thing here, but sometimes it's better to read from the book. It's in the chapter The Forbidden Pool. So basically the answer to your question is like Stuart Turin II constructed it, and due to the attacks of orcs from Mordor and so on, this area in Ithilien became under a lot of pressure, obviously, and in response, secret outposts were basically established for his soldiers and so something like that. And these secret outposts were for a long time guarded and manned and so on, and fiercely protected by the rangers. And even though the stuff itself was potentially not too special, it was considered trespassing, basically going to these pools and so on. And on this trespassing, because of the secret nature of being like secret outposts, there was a penalty of death. And that is basically the background for that. Thanks for answering. Yeah, don't worry. And good night. Yeah, don't worry. I think I explained this correct. If somebody in chat has to add something to this answer, because, like, I have to admit that the Forbidden Pool is not my expertise. Used to be public until people brought their children with them. Wow. Say goodnight and go to bed. Yeah, I work on that. Yeah, exactly. You don't want people to go fishing in the pool when it's your front door, basically. Yeah, to your secret outpost. No, I think it was also pretty important scene in the books as well. Like in Appendix B, let me see if I find it. Of course, I don't find it. Sometimes finding stuff sometimes is always. Yeah. Third Age 2901. Most of the remaining inhabitants of Ithilien deserted owing to the attacks of Uruks of Mordor. The secret refuge of Hennes Annwn is built. It was Turin II that built secret refuges for his soldiers in Ithilien, of which Hennes Annwn was the longest guarded and manned. He also fortified again the Isle of Caer Andros to defend Anorien. So yeah, that's kind of the story. No, it's not. Turin II is a steward of Gondor, not Turamba. That's a different Turin. Just wondering who Turin I then is. If there's Turin II, there's Turin I. That's the 6th ruling steward, and Turin II is the 23rd ruling steward of Gondor. He lived Third Age 2815 to 2914. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. This dude Angbor asked Faramir if he could shoot Gollum for coming close to the pool. Yeah. But yeah, chat. Is there anything left to say? If someone throws in a map question, the stream will last 1 or 2 hours longer. That is true. But so far, I'm lucky. People have mercy with us all. But yeah, whatever it is, chat, I will end the stream now. I hope I could answer your questions. Are there ogres in Middle-earth? There are trolls. I'm not sure if that counts. If I mean, ogres, giants, reference for one of the Gollum's riddles. Yeah, that's actually true. That's a riddle, the riddle stuff appears. But yeah, that's maybe a question for the next stream. Great stuff as always. Yeah, thank you for joining in and still having interesting question here, which was pretty cool. And yeah, I'm out for now. Shoutouts again to the people. Like I said, if you enjoyed this, like button, the stuff, check the channel, you know, the classic stuff. And if you if you wonder when the next stream, I try to make another stream in a week or something. No promises, it depends a bit on scheduling stuff and so on, but I try to stream a bit more frequently again here on this channel, and hope you enjoy this. There will be a watch party in November. We start with Hobbit 1, 2, and 3, and then I want to get Fellowship, Two Towers, and Return of the King until Christmas as watch party through. So maybe once in a week or something like that, we do this as well. So maybe look forward for that, because people asked to watch the trilogy in the correct order from a chronological standpoint. So that would be Hobbit 1, 2, 3, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3. Yeah, thank you again. I try to sleep well. I think I will. I'll need to eat something though first, because I'm really hungry. And yeah, I would say thank you people for watching, for your fantastic support, for your questions especially, for your patience, and for the providing also some book searching, book quotes here that sometimes helps to find stuff earlier. And I would say thank you for watching, and see you people next time. Goodbye.